to reduce risks, to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Country in the Park 2, presented by your California Army National Guard, October 23rd at Heart Health Park at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Russell Dickerson. Plus more. Enjoy line dancing, live DJs, mechanical bull, and food trucks. Tickets start at just $70. Country in the Park 2, October 23rd at Heart Health Park at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra, the California Office of Traffic Safety, and Caltrans. More info at CITPFest.com.
Hey, this is Jelly Roll. As many of you know, my song Winning Streak is about my own personal struggles with addiction. I first sought help for my addiction at 14 years old. Start your recovery journey. Choose a proven addiction treatment option that's right for you at ChooseChangeCA.org. The real you is worth recovering. Choose Change California provides access to proven treatment options for addiction to opioids and stimulants. ChooseChangeCA.org. This is your chance to recover your life.
This Green and Gold Injury Report update is brought to you by the law firm of Injury, Hammer, and Associates. If you've got an injury, just call Gingery. Nick Kurtz was placed on the 10-day injured list with a right thumb capsule sprain. Zach Geloff went to the 10-day injured list as well after exiting last Thursday's game in Detroit with a right knee injury. Brett Rooker is set to have his left knee surgery to repair torn cartilage this week. Rooker will be sidelined for the remainder of the 2026 season.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery. One of the most common questions I receive is, what makes us different from other law firms?
At Gingery, Hammer, and Associates, we handle your case from beginning to the end.
Whether your case reaches a settlement, whether it must go into litigation, or whether it has to go all the way to trial, we will be with you along the entire way. And because we are committed to your case, we are as invested as you are in making sure you get the outcome you deserve.
When you get an injury, just call Gingery.
At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors, locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need, from reliable printers to high-performance copiers. We'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology, family hometown service with big-time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729 or visit us at powercopiers.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KHD-KHD1 Sacramento. KYMX-HD3 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports, 1140, your local sports leader.
Live from Las Vegas for NBA Summer League, presented by Power Business Technology.
This is the Drive, baby!
The Drive Guys, Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles. It's drive time with the Drive Guys.
And we're coming to you, of course, from the Sac Shack in Las Vegas, Nevada, where the Kings, along with the rest of the NBA, engaging in Summer League. And, Alan, as you well know, Kings have a contest today, and a lot of people, as much as a lot of Kings fans say, I'm not worried, I'm not concerned, there are a lot of people that are hoping, perhaps secretly, that they see kind of a bust-out game from Darius Acuff today. How do you feel about it? What are the chances?
Yeah, if it's a bad game again, I think there would be some eyebrows raised. And here's the problem. A lot of these players, I saw LeBaron went off again. You know, LeBaron Filon Jr.
He is one of your guys, right?
He
Seriously,
is.
yeah.
He is. And I think so many players are playing well that whoever isn't is just sticking out like a sore thumb. And this was supposed to be a really good draft class, and it has been so far. So if other guys were struggling and it just didn't seem like everyone was just coming in guns blazing, maybe it would be different. But it feels like there are certain guys where the transition has been very easy and certain guys where the transition hasn't. And it's not even a transition yet because these aren't real NBA rosters.
Right.
So that's kind of the goosebumps that maybe some Kings fans are feeling. But we don't want to manufacture anything.
No manufactured drama here.
None.
Except the previous shows have engaged in a lot of manufactured drama. Am I right?
I mean, I had to go, I don't think I've ever walked off a show before, ever before. And the crazy part is I walked off a show based on someone who's not on the show.
Wow.
So that's kind of bizarre, but but
here we
this
are.
is a bizarre week. You're in Vegas.
Oh, it's only Tuesday,
for
man.
6 days.
Hang on.
I can't believe it. I honestly
You were saying that today.
I said there's no way it's only Tuesday. There's just no way it is only Tuesday. But we're having a lot of fun out here, and I think that's what's happening. We are the Content Kings, the afternoon show. Everybody knows that. And we're glad that we can, again, provide content to the rest of the shows. It's nothing unlike what we typically do when we're here. So I'm glad that when we're on the road, we can still provide content for everyone else to eat off of. It's just, it's what we do.
On behalf of the rest of the staff, thank you.
No. Well, look, and the thing is, we get pulled into stuff that we're not even a part of. I wake up, I go on my run, come back, do
5 miles again today?
Only 3 today
Okay.
because I was running late. You know why it was only 3? Because I hopped on out of the goodness of my heart to be on with my guy, Jason Ross. We had conversations. I thought this thing was squashed, Whitey.
I thought you did a good job.
I thought it was squashed. Then, people are calling and all these things. Look, I love a good reality TV show. I really do. I love me some drama. But at some point in time, we just have to accept the fact that we have milked the cow and there's no more milk left.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? But again, we're out here in the desert, so maybe it's drier out here. If they need that back at home, then God bless you.
Yeah, and I just checked our fridge here. There literally is no milk left. As a cereal guy in the morning, today I did have to have the slaw for breakfast.
So cereal guy in the morning.
Yeah.
Coleslaw guy in the afternoon.
The slaw thing is more I'm trying to talk myself into it, if I'm being honest.
Mm-hmm.
I can't stand coleslaw, but since I had to eat it today, I'm trying to,
What are you talking
about?
about?
That slaw?
You literally, we ordered lunch yesterday. The first thing, hey, Alan, can you make sure, can you actually also order a coleslaw and just give it to me?
Yes. So we are having fun. Now, here's what we're hearing about the Kings tonight. I don't know what has been reported, so perhaps this information is already out there. But what we're hearing is that, the Kings are just about everybody's playing today, except I heard Mobo is not playing today.
Yeah.
And then as far as tomorrow, we'll see who takes the floor tomorrow.
Yeah, and based on what I'm seeing, I think Michael Brown Jr., because, obviously they played at the California Classic.
Yeah, I know Kayla just mentioned it.
I don't know, he ducked the smoke there.
Yeah, he sure did.
He's not ducking it.
By the way, you didn't duck any smoke today.
I did not.
Up until you walked off.
I mean, it just got to a point where, honestly, I did it for the listeners. There's somebody driving around today wondering what the bleep is anybody talking about?
Right.
So I said, you know what? If I ask to, what else? What are you trying to get out of this?
Right.
I honestly felt like I was talking to my toddler. Mm-hmm. Like that's what I felt like. Hey, what else do you want from this? Hey, Daddy, I want to put on my sandals. No, you can't put on the sandals for school. You can't have your toes out every morning. Mm-hmm. That's what it felt like. So I want to thank Christopher Lott. I want to thank everyone because it reminded me of my children.
He's been probably doing double duty, right? For
That's
Lott.
right.
He's a little,
That's right.
That's
right.
Everybody's doing double duty.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Hey, we appreciate you.
Yeah. One of the things I love about Summer League, I would say informal nature of it. For example, I think this is one of your guys again, Caleb Wilson. He scored 35 Friday, had another good game last night, scored 35 on Friday in his first Summer League game. So a lot of people around Summer League were wondering, hey, is that the most ever for a guy in his first game? And people would ask, and people realize nobody knows because they don't really keep track of the records for Summer League.
Yeah,
somebody looked it up and found out that Bargnani or somebody scored 37. But that's the cool thing about it.
Right.
It's not as formal, and you don't have all these records on who scored the most points. on a Tuesday night in the 6 o'clock game. That's one of the things that makes it kind of cool and in a way almost pure. Also the way you've got, as we've discussed and as you've seen, when you have two top players that are squaring off, even though the game doesn't matter, it matters to those two players that they outplay each other. And there's something really cool and, like I say, pure about that.
Well, it reminds me as well. Here's a question, Whitey. What stats matter more? Or what stats are more real? Summer League stats or what is it? The in-season tournament stats? Which stats are more real?
I guess.
Or the play-in stats. You could throw
play-in
those,
for a while. I don't know if they changed this for a while. That was a whole separate category.
What I'm saying. I meant play-in because in-season some of those games are
regular season.
Right, but
except for the last
one.
The
championship and you got championship for the in-season, you got play-in games, and you got summer league. I don't know which stats matter there. And I feel like at some point they should probably address that. Right? I don't know if it's that high. We saw Mr. Silver, I call him Adam. We saw him walking around the concourse. I was going to dap him up.
He didn't seem to know you that well because he had no interest in getting out of your way.
No. And the security, just everything. But we got to find out which stats matter and in what ways, Whitey.
One more thing, speaking of the numbers. Malik Thomas had a big game. He scored 35 for the Cavs.
I know.
Does that, in a way, maybe put even more pressure? By the way, I'm just showing Alan my great picture here of Commissioner Silver.
That's a good one. He's right there. That's definitely him.
Yeah, and I don't mean to manufacture drama, but Malik Thomas is playing really well, and that's the guy that, the Kings swapped picks with the Cavs, and the Kings got Caravan, and with the pick that the Kings originally swapped, they originally had, Cleveland got Malik Thomas.
Well, it's interesting because it's not perfect. I understand why people are going to use that comparison, but it's really not perfect because the Kings got two guards and I guess a wing, right? You would say in Caravan. So if you swapped anything, there was no world where the Kings were going to get, I don't think, 3 wings. So there's not a world where you just keep Emmanuel Sharp, but you just don't draft Caravan and you draft Malik Thomas.
That's all well and good unless, 2 years from now we're looking at it and going, man, Malik Thomas is great. But I understand your reason.
Well, and there was a thought that for a second he was going to jump up to the first round because of the people that went back to school, and then, then he dropped back. So he was a guy where you knew what he could do. I think the question mark for him was your favorite question, the point guard, shooting guard, combo guard thing. And we just know he's a scorer. He's young and he's a scorer. I think there are probably some defensive questions as well because that's what comes with young players. So the reason...
He is a little bigger, though. He's
a
legit 6'4".
He is. So I think he's one of those guys where because of the Kings taking Acuff, I liked him. I think you liked him, but we just didn't see a world where the Kings would get him because he wasn't as far down the second round list as an Emmanuel Sharp, and there was probably no way that they were going to take him right after Acuff unless they tried to take a wing instead of Emmanuel Sharp. But to your larger point, most people don't care about that. If Acuff or Caravan, if they struggle today, I already saw some of the posts, and these are people that, know ball. We know Kings fans really know ball, and they said Kings could have had that guy. And it doesn't matter about the rest of the nuance of it. Kings could have had that guy, and they didn't.
Yeah, and that plays in the middle of Summer League. Nuances don't play. As you just pointed out, well, they didn't take him because that. All I know is Acuff's struggling, and that guy was great. Boom.
Right. And now I'm annoyed.
Yeah.
And now I'm annoyed. 408 says, of course the play-in stats matter. The players are playing hard to get into the playoffs. Yeah, but literally. We mean quite literally.
There was a separate category, and I don't know if they've done anything about that, but the first few years of the play-in, they were not playoff stats, and they were not regular season stats. That's all Alan is saying.
Yeah, I know they're trying.
World. Yeah.
Yeah, I know they're trying, but it's just a limbo that they were kind of in. So we know they're giving their best effort, but that's the whole point. We don't know where the effort was being recorded.
Do you think that the crew that we have at the game today, they're going to give us their best effort? Because unfortunately, as you can see, we love it here. This compound is enormous, but we're at the Sack Shack while the Kings will be playing. but we will be, watching the game along with you, perhaps, and also we'll have our crew out there, Frankie Cardicelli and Brendan Nunes and Chris Watkins, and they'll be bringing us updates and coverage. By the way, this whole trip, we got off to a rough start with the flight being delayed, and I thought, we're good. We've had a little bumps in the road here or there, which is always what happens, but I was very confident in the whole thing until today. Frankie was sitting right here, and I don't know if you heard this, Jay. I don't think Jay was around. And Frankie said, yeah, I'm pretty much in charge of the crew. And I thought, oh, man, are we in trouble.
And I don't even know what I don't even know what the premise or the context was.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure I know who he was talking to on the phone.
I do too.
Disclose that. Yeah, I won't disclose that. And we're, half listening, kind of just chit-chatting, and then you hear, because I'm just kind of in charge.
You heard that too, because when I asked him, he said, no, the person I was talking to said I was in charge.
No, we heard your voice.
Yeah.
We heard
so
your
anyway,
voice.
and I'm just a little trepidatious because of that.
Yeah, well, look, we got to stay strong here. Because this is what they want.
We were under attack. Yeah, you're right.
Trojan horse, and it comes in through the. By the way, can I just say this? And I don't care. Carmine's, best Scampy I've ever had in my life, and I'm gonna just say that straight up.
And
if
how
you
about
ever
seriously that price, all things.
Oh
considered.
my goodness! We kept it. Only we could go out, have a nice meal, be under per diem, and somehow come back to an onslaught
UPD man
of questions.
Yeah, right, Jay, we're UPD under per diem.
We're the UPD committee. I've never had shrimp scampi. I've never had shrimp scampi where they batter the shrimp. It was outstanding. And that was Jay's pick, by the way.
Right.
I picked the meatballs in what was it, the rigatoni, which you really liked. I liked it too.
Yes, and we were all going to get a dish, and the server says, you guys, this is family style. You probably only want to order like 3 dishes, and there'll be plenty of food. And he was on the money. And again, speaking of money, UPD, baby.
UPD. Hey, Richie, shout out. We got you. We took care of you. And we were well under.
It wasn't even close.
Not even close.
Yeah.
Man. It's like under par.
We were under the first apron.
That's right. No luxury. So, it just real quick about the game, I will say this, and I don't know that I am spoiling anything at all, but if you have been paying attention to Summer League, this is probably a really good game, and unfortunately, I know a lot of you are working, but this is probably a really good game to pay attention to. More than likely, it could be the last day you see the whole crew.
Right.
I'm not saying I don't know about ACUF or
and things
anybody
can change.
Individually.
Yeah. That appears to be the game plan as of now.
Yeah, and it makes sense. I mean, you throw a back-to-back in the summer, you don't expect everybody to play. So that doesn't mean that Darius ACUF won't play, doesn't mean that he will, but I don't think you'll see this whole crew again, Whitey, until training camp.
Yeah. So then, we'll see what happens here with the whole Summer League playoff picture.
Right. They got to win today. I know it's very important that they win today.
Most likely they have to win today and tomorrow, and it looks like when you look at the teams, because the top 4 teams move on, and then everybody else plays in the consolation round, which I think starts Friday. So for the Kings to climb up, there's teams that are 2-1. Kings are 1-1, and I think they're -6. And I know some people don't care about this, but I'll be honest. Sadly, I think there are a lot of people in Sacramento that do care about the stinking Summer League championship. And I think we're better than that, Alan. But that just kind of speaks to where we are. Any chance to win something? Yeah, let's do it. Almost won it last year.
I think last year
we need to aim higher, right, Jay?
Yeah, I don't know that Kings fans care the same way they did last year. I think if you ask them, hey, 40 burger, and we are talking to Kings fans on the concourse, you're going to see a lot of that content coming out. But if you ask Kings fans, hey, ACUF 40 burger, just one game today.
Yes.
40 burger from ACUF or winning the championship, and, he is fine. I feel like a lot of fans would pick, I want to see ACUF go for 40.
Yeah, so it's hard to imagine the Kings getting into the whatever you want to call it, the playoff round, I think is what they call it, unless they win the next 2 games, and probably by a significant margin. But we'll see where that goes. And then if they don't, then, they'd have the one more game, I think Friday, and then that would be it for Summer League.
Yeah, and it comes and goes very quickly. And I know a lot of people have, what is it, Whitey, kind of check marks that they want to, or a checklist that they want to say, hey, I saw X, Y, and Z. We're getting to the point, Whitey, I guess, because it could be the last game where we should have some version of a checklist. And I got to tell you, it's funny because we
Allen's checklist.
Well, we have I think we can come up with something better than that.
Off the top of my head.
We're recording interviews, and we're going to have them playing all throughout the week. We talked to a huge name in the national space. And again, Whitey, what happened when we asked him about the Kings? Who did he say? He said Darius Acuff and Emmanuel Sharp. This is about the third or fourth time. Yesterday, we were talking to, I think it was Kristen Peak. We talked to a lot of people yesterday.
And I
know I know he missed, 2 games? Alex Caravan? It happens quick, Whitey. What was the conversation? Acuff and Emmanuel Sharp. So I would say more than a Acuff 50 burger. He was a first-round pick a couple weeks ago in Alex Caravan. I want to see him kind of show that he talks about winning a lot. I'm from a winning program. I'm a winner. I want to see him not necessarily look like he doesn't belong, but I want to see him find a way to take the bull by the horns a little bit and remind people, hey, I'm a first-round pick too.
I would like to see him make maybe 3 shots. That would be nice.
Not even 3? Threes, just
doesn't
shots?
have to be just 3 shots.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't, we're fine. But I would like to see that. Another thing that I'm watching for, Alan, and I know we talked to somebody today, and as Alan said, we'll be sharing that interview with you at some point here before we go. And this person who follows Summer League, and it's a name you know, was talking about Nick Clifford playing well, and he hasn't really had a bust out Summer League game, but he's played well. And, my whole thing about second years, I like the second years to come in and play like they don't really belong there. And I think Neek may have that game in him still, and I'd love to see it today.
That's a great call. That's a great shout. And we've seen Neek. Remember, it was a kind of ongoing joke throughout the season. He really wanted to put back dunk. And he got really close to catching it a couple times. Then he finally did towards the end of the season. I want to see that Neek. This is an opportunity for you to show that you don't belong. We talked yesterday about no ceilings and how they have that list of guys that have graduated for Summer League. Now, here's the flip side of it, Whitey. If you're a second-year player, and I know it's not just about what no ceilings thinks, but if you're a second-year player and you're a first-round pick and you finish out Summer League, I think they're probably some question marks of, okay, well, why did you have to finish out Summer League? Dylan Cardwell finishing out Summer League is different.
Yeah.
Dude went undrafted.
I'm going to give Alan just a second here to see if he makes a joke about Nick Clifford's age.
No, I didn't.
Okay, we'll move on. Yeah.
Neek is good in my book right now. I got a new book. I got a checklist that's more of a hit list. Okay? And Neek,
just as of today?
As of today. And it ain't got no Kings players on it. Okay? Neek is good with me today.
I think ideally the Kings would find a way to give Darius Acuff more help. And I know he's the 7th pick in the draft. He's going to do it. But, he is getting overwhelmed by some of the defenses that he's seeing. And I think the Kings, I understand they want to see him play through that. But I'd like to see him maybe play a little off the ball, a little more today, whatever it takes, just to free him up as a shooter to get the jump shot going. I do think as much as he's struggled, some of that is because the Kings are, and I understand why, but they're putting a lot on his plate, almost as much rigatoni as Allen had on his plate last night.
That's a good one.
Thank you. And look, I love the rigatoni. You know that.
Yeah,
I know. Great order by you.
That's what you're saying. You're saying, hey, I would have liked some more. We got some left over.
I'm not going to dredge up anything else on this dinner thing. You don't need that, and I don't feel that way.
This is internal. This is different. This is off the beaten path.
Yeah, Jay Scampy though was right up there with your rigatoni for order of the day.
It was good. It was good. Here's the thing: when you're talking about Acuff being off ball, and I agree, they're putting a lot on his shoulders,
as they should.
Yes,
I get it.
As they should. But I guess, if we're to fast forward it to the regular season, the issue is, unless you're going to go, we don't know what type of minutes. I mean, Brendan said Emmanuel Sharp might be out there in Stockton to start. So, or at least, some time out there. So the worry I have with the Acuff off the ball stuff is who is out there with him? Is it Neek? Is that enough defense between, I know Neek is a good defender. He's solid. But is it Neek and Acuff? Levine doesn't really handle the ball, and defensively, that's going to be tough for you. Malik Monk and Acuff. So as much as you don't want him,
is it Acuff?
And if they win tonight, we'll have to make sure he hears the song.
Yeah.
But I do wonder what those rotations look like if they want him off the ball a little bit. Now, I'm not acting like these dudes can't dribble and bring the ball up the floor.
Right.
But there is a level of, hey, if you bring in that secondary ball handler, and if it is Neek or if it is Malik, I know Neek is a better defender than Malik, but I think either way, it's not going to be easy sledding there.
Right. I agree with everything you said, but just to clarify, I'm talking when I say, they need to get him off the ball more, I'm just talking about in summer league.
Specifically
just to
summer
try to
league.
help him get going a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, ideally, once the season starts, he's got the keys.
Okay. Yeah, to try to combat some of the blitzing he's seeing and all of the, I guess, attention that he's getting. And let's not forget, Brooklyn, one of these teams, they haven't drafted. I saw somebody say, wow, last night was not a good look for the 2025 draft picks, because that's where they had, 4? Now, Igor Demin, people are starting to really like his game. The other ones out of the 4 or 7, however many picks they had, that's a different question, and that's kind of a different approach right now. I say all that knowing that the Nets have had some picks for a while. They're not as good as the Wizards for sure, but there are going to be some vets out there. So the Kings are going to have to be on their P's and Q's if they want to keep this Summer League title dream alive.
Yeah, and that also speaks to something we talked about with Kristen Peak yesterday. Experts are often wrong about this stuff because it's impossible really to accurately forecast, but the experts look at the draft classes coming up and say, yeah. So that makes it a lot more difficult if you're the Kings and you're trying to get younger and you're counting on bringing in an infusion of young talent in the next few years. That might be even more difficult than we thought, and it's never easy, Alan.
Yeah, and as people go back and forth, when we spoke with Kristen yesterday, and if you missed that outstanding stuff, you can check that out on YouTube. A lot of people already have, but make sure that you
not as many people has checked out the Emus interview with Eric Musselman.
Oh yeah, no, he was great. He was great. He was on his way somewhere, and we caught him, and he still dropped some gems. So that was outstanding. But I look at it like this, because a lot of people were saying she's talking about the drafts as if they're going to be terrible, right? And ultimately, we don't know, right?
Right.
Now let's put that to the side. Nobody is saying they know the future. This is just based on rankings. This is just based on how things are viewed. Okay. Now let's put that to the side. I want to talk about the draft in a different way. Okay, I'm going to talk about the draft, Whitey. It's just like now yesterday, it's not the case because they took care of us. But, sometimes when you get a meal, right, whether it's a shrimp scampi or whatever, and they skimp you on the protein, you know what I mean? And you're searching around, hey, I got 3 shrimp, whatever it is. Those are the different types of draft classes, all right? Now, you have the 2026 draft class, and that was like our meal last night. A lot of shrimp. You didn't have to search around for it. These next draft class coming up, they might skimp you a little bit on the protein. So it's not to say there's no shrimp in there, but it's a little harder to find it.
Right. By the way, I'm wondering how many people would be able to guess who in our party last night needed the gluten-free menu. I bet you Verlad could. And there's no shame in that. I know you can't help it. I get it. I don't mean to, gluten-free. But it was a little curveball. I thought Alan handled it well, and and the dish that was brought in was like we all got to share.
Yes,
so,
yeah. I was
actually a good one too.
I was actually thanked because that person said when we said, hey, 6 of us. They said, hey, any dietary restrictions? I said, yeah, we have somebody, and he got a different menu, right? And when I told him, I said, I took care of you already. He said, oh, thanks, Alan.
Yeah.
So, it's that simple.
Me being a slaw guy, no matter what I may have said earlier, I'm looking for some kind of salad or something, and I suggested, hey, what about a salad? And we had to check with the server, are the salads also to serve for the, family style? And he said, yeah, but Alan said, yeah, I don't think we need a salad. So.
Well, no. I looked around, and nobody was kind of
I know, no one wanted a
I just
salad.
make the final decision. A lot of times I find myself.
But Frankie's the one that's in charge.
You would think. But a lot of times, it's not.
No, I read the room. I'm kidding. I read the room and I realized people are just kind of looking away when I look at them on the salad. So we don't need anything.
It's not
Wave it off.
It's not me making the final decision. It's if we're stuck in a rut and we don't know, where we're going to go. hey, let's just do this and bounce.
Right.
Now,
right.
that's not always me. Jay's really good at that, too.
Yes.
Jay's really good at, hey, guys, we're doing this. Let's just get it done.
Yeah.
Get
Jay
it done.
does it in a way where it's like he's saying, whatever you want to do. But then you realize, oh, we didn't do what he didn't think we should do.
That's
You
right.
know?
That's right. Yeah.
He's got a skill.
It's Inception. It's Inception.
Yeah.
You know what? He's like, you know what, big dog? I think you want to go here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do, Jay.
You
I
can do whatever you want. Oh, if I could do whatever I want. Yeah, we'll do what you think. Yeah.
I think that you want to go here.
Masterful. It's almost a Jedi mind trick.
That's right.
Yes.
I'm learning. Throughout the week, I'm learning.
Mm-hmm. One thing we're learning at Summer League is that the Big Four, they are living up to the expectations, and we're back with that as we get ready for the Kings in their Summer League action today. It's a drive, guys, from the Sac Shack on Sactown Sports.
Take Sactown Sports with you everywhere you go with the Sactown Sports app. The most in-depth coverage of the Kings and 49ers. A library of written and video content. And all your favorite personalities all in one place. Download the Sactown Sports app today and get in on the action. Your local sports leader. Sactown Sports 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Welcome to your Tuesday. Plenty of sunshine and less cloud cover out there. That'll lead to less humidity in the air and less of that muggy feel like we had yesterday. Today is going to be hot, though, with that direct sunlight. Plan for those highs to peak 100-plus degrees in the valley and cooling only to the 60s overnight tonight. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
Oh, the Sacramento heat. Right now, get your AC professionally tuned up for as low as just $59 and enjoy your summer nice and cool. Plumbing, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com. Summer restrictions apply. License 696-355.
The other guys must think you failed math. Get this huge discount. Then the fine print hits you with $5,200 in mandatory ads. It's adorable in a scammy kind of way. At Hoblet, we skip the tricks. The price you see is the price you actually pay. What a wild concept, huh? Hoblet, family owned 77 years. Experience the difference online at hobletdodge.com.
Today alone, 5,370 people in the United States will be diagnosed with cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer funds and develops the newest and most promising cancer treatments. Stand Up to Cancer wants to provide you with every opportunity to join in this mission. By donating your home, land, or commercial property, you can help Stand Up to Cancer fund innovative cancer research. Stand Up to Cancer makes the process easy, and it may be tax deductible. Visit standuptocancer.org/giveproperty to learn more.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey there, Mark and Tom, the travel and entertainment guys, brought to you by Sports Leisure Vacations. Time for our weekly travel tip, and with it, here's Mark Hoffman.
If you're anything like me and fear the cold, you probably take a jacket with you on an airplane, into the theater, etc. There's nothing worse than feeling like you're freezing to death for several hours. Someone smarter than I has figured out what the coldest spot on the airplane is. And no, it's not the very first row in first class, although during the winter, in the wrong city, it can be pretty cold up there during boarding. The coldest place on the plane is our, drum roll, the window seats in the exit rows. They are also generally the seats on the plane with the most legroom. Makes perfect sense. Those are emergency doors, and no matter how well they try and seal them, some below zero air seeps in during flight. If you're an emergency row fan, go for the aisle seat and stay a bit warmer, or bring your mucklucks.
More tips to make you a smarter traveler. Saturdays at 11 a.m. right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
When a person is seriously injured, there's no substitute for the personal legal relationship offered by the local NorCal firm of Ashton and Price. From the first attorney meeting, every important decision is made with a direct consultation with, and I can't believe I have to say this, a real, live, experienced, flesh and blood local attorney. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton and Price, serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries with no fee until we win. For the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Live from Las Vegas for NBA Summer League, presented by Power Business Technology. Here's Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles.
Yeah, coming to you from the Sack Shack. I just want to real quickly thank Jay, and everybody here is really doing a great job. And Jay does a lot of things behind the scenes. I think he does things that we don't even know about. But one of the things I appreciate, one of the most fun moments on this show for me, is if we say something that makes him laugh. Because he doesn't, laugh just to like,
he doesn't give them out.
You guys are great.
Yeah.
So today we were at a place where they have chicken and seafood, and they had the sign, and Jay was looking at the shrimp, maybe get some shrimp, and it says in big letters next to the the different shrimp that they have, it says imported. And I said, well, we're in Vegas. I hope it's imported.
Yeah.
And he thought that was humorous.
You got him good.
Yeah.
We then had to leave.
We did. Because they had one person at rush hour handling the fryer, catching the shrimp, doing the drive-through, and we realized we're going to miss that long-awaited crossover.
Yes.
If we I don't know if we made the right call there.
I think we made the wrong one. Now, we didn't have lunch. We got prosecuted.
Yes.
So, we made the wrong decision.
Yeah. But what was that place we went to get snacks, which was next? Wasn't it called Terribles?
I don't know.
I honestly think it was called Terribles. I saw the name on the door when we went in. So anyway, I got some Cliff Bars at Terribles, and
that's right.
That's not lunch. That's not what Alan got.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's not.
It is Terribles. That's the name of the place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apropos.
Alan, for some reason, wanted to go in there when we were going to the chicken place, and he went right into Terribles.
Yes, I had.
And Jay had to, whoa!
I had some stuff.
Wave the left fielder over towards the line a little more.
I had some stuff I had to purchase, and that was what was on my mind. Yes, I did.
And here we are. We're going to be hearing from Frankie just a little after 3. Mm-hmm. We've got Frankie and Chris Watkins and Brennan, and they're at the Kings game. Obviously, we are not at the arena, not able to bring you our bird's-eye view of the game today, but we'll be following along with you, and we'll be bringing you their observations from the arena. And one thing that a lot of people are observing here at Summer League, Alan, as you well know, is that big four, those top 4 players, they are living up to the considerable hype.
Yes, they are balling out right now. And well, I know Darren Peterson, he was on the losers list as of yesterday, the Summer League losers list, but he's also had his moments, and they made sure we all knew it was going to be Jazz versus Wizards, and the Wizards, as we've talked about, very solid, probably team in general, but specifically a Summer League team. So they've showed up and showed out. I know Caleb Wilson did not shoot the 3-ball as well last night, but it was still able to show his crazy athleticism, had an insane dunk. And it's going to be fascinating to see how all these guys pan out, because it's still Summer League. It's still early. We're overreacting. We know we're overreacting. It's okay to overreact. But if they actually all do end up being all-stars, and this does end up being a draft class similar to 2003, I mean, that would be phenomenal because, again, going back to the Allen analogy about the shrimp and the pasta, that would mean that there are a lot of shrimp in that one.
Jumbo shrimp.
Jumbo shrimp. So I hope that's the case.
Imported.
That's right. Well, yeah, that one's for Jay. Because more than likely, you would hope, based on the numbers, if you were to say this, Whitey, hey, the Kings are going to draft somebody in what could be a historic draft, right, off to a really good start, and they're going to draft a Calipari guard. You would say the percentage, right, not to scare people, but, we're out here in Vegas, percentages and odds and all that.
Careful.
The odds, by the way, and I'm glad I remember this because we kicked it with our guy Ramsey last night. Ramsey found out. Yes, we saw Ramsey last night. Ramsey found something when it comes to the Kings' odds to win the championship. Very disrespectful. We will get into that later.
Okay.
Extremely.
Ramsey always contributing.
That's right. Extremely, extremely disrespectful.
I thought I saw him today, but it wasn't him.
Yeah, extremely disrespectful. So we'll talk about that as well. But the odds of Jay is just cracking up. The odds of the Kings missing on that pick, in theory, would be very low because of the odds for Calipari guards also being very high, and then the fact that you have a crazy draft in general. It should make everyone feel good about it. Now, I know I can keep saying that, and I know even Kristen Peak yesterday, hey, I'm good. I feel he's going to be fine. Everybody's saying, Eric Musselman, he's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. We can all say that until we're blue in the face, but we have to see Darius Acuff do it. And I think Kings fans, that's okay, right? And there's not slander going on, but I appreciate and I understand Kings fans saying, hey, that's great that you guys are having on these experts, having on these people that know ball. That's great that we're not being disrespectful. We're not saying anybody's a bust or anything like that. But it would be nice to see it. And that's fair. That's completely fair.
Yeah. You talked about the top 4 picks, whether they'll be all-stars or not. I don't know if you remember, we had that conversation in February or something, and I said, I think they'll all be all-stars, and you disagreed, and we'll find out.
Yes,
yeah,
I did.
My point is, I know I forget sometimes how difficult it is in the NBA to become an all-star because the slots are so limited. It's easy to look at a player and say, in a vacuum, he's going to be an all-star someday. Okay, but then when you look at what you actually have to do to make it an all-star team, it's going to be tough. But I'm not making excuses for any of these guys. And Alan, I think we all are in danger of starting to make some excuses for Darius Acuff, not offensively, but defensively. We had Kristen was on yesterday, our friend, and she was very nice to come on, but she was saying, I think his defense is okay. And, it really hasn't been. I mean, there have been a few moments here or there, but it has not been good. And we didn't think was going to be very good, but there is a narrative now that, I think he's got the ability to be a good defender. And I just don't think he can be better, but I don't think he's ever going to be a good defender. And I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was definitely had more moments in Sacramento than in Vegas, both offensively and defensively. Defensively, he had a couple strips. He had, I think, 2-3 steals in one game.
I know, but you got to get in front of your man.
No. I hear you, and I know steals don't necessarily equate to being a good defender.
You're a big stock guy? Steals and blocks?
Huge.
Yeah, I'm not.
Huge on stocks.
Okay.
Like the stock market. It's rising. I'm good on the stocks. But we haven't even seen any of that. So I think he might be in his head just a little bit. And you're not even with, actually, funny enough, we saw a couple people that are very, very important in the Kings organization just walking around amongst us normal folk last night. And Darius Acuff isn't even getting an opportunity. I know he's talking with the Doug Christies of the world, but he's not the coach right now. So when you get them, I'm still holding out hope. Why? Number one, because it's incredibly early. But when you get him in that space, and when you I'm waiting for training camp. when the reports come out of training camp, because imagine being in training camp, you got Doug Christie, the type of defender he is, and A-Cup does some of the malarkey that we've seen. That's going to be a problem. That is going to be a problem. So I think Doug is going to get them whipped into shape. It's kind of not substitute teacher, but, you come in, you're getting coached by a coach that's not your real coach, and how is he going to throw the hammer down? And then your real coach is also there, and the guy that drafted you. So it's an interesting dynamic, right? And unlike some of the previous situations that we've seen, everybody has to understand the context, unlike what everybody at the station did today. You have to understand context, and I think once they do that, and I think once they do that, and Darius Acuff gets under the wing of one Doug Christie, we'll see something more. But I get what you're saying, Whitey. I get what you're saying.
I just hope for his sake that he plays better. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a bad game, if maybe he takes tomorrow off, but I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to talk his way into playing another game, because everyone who knows him, and you can see it when you watch him, you hear it after the game, but those who know him, like Kristen, will tell you that he's really down on himself right now.
Yes. Yeah. And it's funny that Kristen said that, because, he's kind of a kind of chill person, right? Or he doesn't show a lot of emotion anyway. And I said, when I saw him, how I felt like he looked. Kristen knows him, and we were all in the same area. Mm-hmm. So for her to see him and say, yeah, he's not feeling it right now.
Yeah.
That kind of was validation to me. Okay, yeah, I'm glad I didn't show him my music video.
Yeah. Well, you never know. Maybe that would have snapped him out of it.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. I'll take my chances.
Yeah, if he doesn't shoot well tonight, and hopefully he will, but if he doesn't, I think, Alan, that might be the next play.
I'll call him up.
That might be the next move. Steph's pitch to LeBron. What was it? We'll share it with you when we come back as we get ready for the Kings and the Nets today. It's a drive, guys, from the Sack Shack in Vegas on Sactown Sports.
After a promising rookie season and an appearance in the FIBA World Cup qualifiers, Maxime Reynaud made his presence felt at NBA Summer League. Has the reigning all-rookie second-teamer shown he can be a key offensive threat alongside Domantas Sabonis this season?
Your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Sactown Sports 1140.
And we're live from the living room as Doug eyes up the matchday spread. He's reaching for the Buffalo wing. Perfect. Hang on, what's this? Oh, he's gone for a can of Pepsi too. Incredible. What a finish. Sensational combination. Look at the delight on his face. There's no doubt about it. It just tastes better. Match days deserve Pepsi. Food deserves Pepsi. Grab a pack of Pepsi Zero Sugar for today's match. It's poetry in motion.
A bite. Time to protect yourself from West Nile virus by applying insect repellent. Once a week, drain stagnant water and report dirty green swimming pools. Ew. They're breeding grounds.
The Sacramento Yola Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you it's time to fight the bite.
My card never gets old.
For more information or to report problems, go to fightthebite.net.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Now through July 26th at Big O Tires, get $200 in savings on 4 select Michelin or BF Goodrich in-stock tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra. Savings include $120 instant plus $80 rebate. Not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for pricing.
Country in the Park 2, presented by your California Army National Guard, October 23rd at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Russell Dickerson, Plus more. Enjoy line dancing, live DJs, mechanical bull, and food trucks. Tickets start at just $70. Country in the Park 2, October 23rd at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra, the California Office of Traffic Safety, and Caltrans. More info at CITPFest.com.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 30% with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Live from Las Vegas for NBA Summer League, presented by Power Business Technology. Here's Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles.
And as we promised, our crew will be bringing us updates. Game tips off around 3, and I think we're going to hear from Frankie, about 3:10?
I believe so, yes.
I guess Frankie probably kind of muscled his way to the front of the line. You know,
Mhm.
I'm the leader. I should go first. So
Lead by example.
Yeah. So we're looking forward to that. You had just mentioned something in the last segment, Alan, about the Kings, and apparently they do a lot of gambling here in Vegas. Who knew? But Ramsey, our friend Ramsey, who also, he made his own trip here. He had some information for you, huh?
Yeah, so we were with Ramsey last night. It was great seeing our guy. And as we're leaving, actually, he said, let me go check something real quick. You know, we're walking back to the vehicles. And he says, man, you know, it's kind of crazy. The Kings have the worst odds to win the championship, period. Right?
Wait, what? Of anybody?
Of anybody.
In the West. Anybody in the West?
Anybody.
Whoa.
Anybody. And I said, hold on, Ramsey. I think maybe what you mean, you're saying they have the worst odds along with other teams also having the worst odds. And Ramsey said no. They have the worst odds outright. They are the only team with these odds, Whitey. We will go through the dumpster.
To win a championship.
To win a championship.
Is this like Ramsey's own personal sports
No.
book, or?
This is from MGM.
Okay.
This is from MGM. Right. The Kings are 1,000 to 1 to win the championship. Now, again, I don't know how disrespectful that is. My problem is they are the only team at 1,000 to 1. So maybe this is sour grapes or, you know, some type of copium. I don't know. But the idea that the Kings have the worst odds by themselves, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah. To me, though, it's not disrespectful. It's just a reflection of the fact that across the country, people look at the Kings as a team that, they have no chance.
Right.
Yeah.
And some of that is how people are betting, to be fair. Yes.
Right.
You can't control that. But are you
The
curious?
only way they can get bets on the Kings is to put the odds there. So,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's not a prediction, per se.
Now, look, would I use that dollar? Probably not. But, you know, that's not,
right.
That's not exactly the point.
There's a big bucket of teams that, guess what? They ain't going to win it no matter what the odds are.
So do you want to hear some of the other dumpster diving teams and whether or not they should
New Orleans
have better odds? Yeah, you can try to guess them.
New Orleans and the Nets have to be near the bottom.
So New Orleans is at 500. They're actually not even the second worst.
That doesn't make a ton of sense to me.
You're going to be surprised. One of your teams is the second.
Memphis.
Memphis Grizzlies, 750 to 1. That is one of the teams. You have another guess?
So I said, you look up the Nets? I said the Nets.
The Nets are at 750. That is another team with the second longest worst odds.
Mm-hmm.
Another team is pretty surprising here, actually. There are a couple of them, but this one in particular is pretty interesting. You have a guess on it?
Intrigue. Milwaukee's got to be way down there.
They can't be that bad. Yeah, they're at 500. So
Okay.
third worst
All right.
worst odds. Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm not sure who. I'm intrigued, but I'm not sure which team you're talking about here.
The Chicago Bulls are at 750. The Chicago Bulls are at 750. You know who else is at 750?
Who?
A team that made the playoffs. The Phoenix Suns.
Oh, yeah.
750. Now, this is interesting because when you're talking about the relegation sensation, these are the types of teams that the Kings are essentially going to be battling with. So those are all the teams, Whitey, that are tied with the second worst odds. The Memphis Grizzlies, the Brooklyn Nets, and the Chicago Bulls. That's right. Now, I think, the
So
Bulls,
are you feeling, even though we just talked about it, are you feeling disrespected from the Kings standpoint?
I am.
Now?
Yeah, I am. That's ridiculous. There's no way the Nets should be at 750 to the Kings 1,000. There's no way. I think the Grizzlies should feel disrespected, but there is absolutely no way. Like, that's crazy to me.
Yeah, that's just people look at the Kings and, because the rest of the country looks at the Kings and goes, and it is incumbent it is incumbent upon the Kings to do what they need to do to change that perception.
That's
and it
right.
probably won't happen between now and the start of the season.
That's right.
But that's a big part of Scott Perry's job.
Yeah, I mean, that's just terrible. Absolutely terrible. Now, excuse me, the Suns are at 125, so that one was wrong. But it is the Bulls, the Nets, and the Grizzlies.
All right.
That's terrible, Whitey.
Would you consider, if you were going to make a wager, which we're probably not going to.
Schmallen.
Yeah,
Schmallen is here.
There you go. What am I?
Schmallen had a rough go.
Did he? I'm sorry to hear that.
Schmallen.
Did he also see Ramsey last night?
He did.
Okay.
He did. And
Okay.
Schmallen was okay. And then something started calling Schmallen's name.
Oh, that's too bad.
And he should have hung up the phone. Should not have listened. And Schmallen, it's going to be a long week for Schmallen. He's here for a week as well.
Okay, well, if you see him, share this tip with him. Maybe
I will.
He'll use it, maybe he won't.
Okay.
Look at whatever the Warrior odds are, and then get your money in on the Warriors now, and then if they get LeBron.
That's right. Warriors at 30-1. Sixers at 18-1. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, if the Warriors get LeBron, those
Oh, yeah.
it becomes
they're right there.
Yeah, less of a bargain for you.
Yeah.
Here, by the way, is the pitch from Steph Curry to LeBron James. And we know this because it was reported to us by our friend Anthony Slater. And he said that Steph's pitch is the historic nature of them potentially teaming up. So we know that the Warriors are talking to LeBron, and Steph's whole thing to LeBron is, look, you and me together. We've never seen anything like this. Why don't you sign up for this? We'll make history together. I don't know how appealing that is to LeBron, but that's a big part of the Warriors' pitch to him. And again, I know we touched on this yesterday, the consensus still appears to be he's going to Cleveland, but there's multiple Western Conference executives, according to Front Office Sports, who said they expect James to sign with the Warriors over the Cavaliers for his 24th season.
I mean, that was a conversation that we always thought made sense. They got to stay healthy. Because I don't know, Whitey, and we were talking about these odds. The Oklahoma City, I think they were plus 260 or something like that. Obviously, those odds are going to change with LeBron. But my question is, how much can they coast during the regular season? I don't know that they would have the shortest odds to win it. And if, the 82-game season, I don't know if the idea that the Warriors are going to win it, just put them together, they're going to win it from the 9 seed, there's no way. I mean, there's definitely a line to where they'd like to skip the play-in. Definitely got to be on the front half of the play-in. They're not winning it as a 9 seed. They're not.
Who knows, but I would guess that if they didn't make one of the top 6 spots, they wouldn't have a very realistic chance of winning it all. And even then, who knows what's going to happen between now and then, and who's going to be healthy. Maybe they're the 6th seed, but, Steph's hurt or LeBron's hurt or whatever. It's a tall order for them right now, but I do understand why they're trying it, because it's the only avenue. As long as you have Steph, they're all in on that, and it's going to be difficult to pull off, but they'd rather, while he's there, make a run at that than start the rebuild, which, Bay Area fans, and some of us have been Bay Area fans, some of us are Bay Area fans. When a team's rebuilding, we don't necessarily have the most patience for that because we got so many other things that we'd rather do.
Yeah, they want to get Buster Posey out of there.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Yeah.
He was the golden boy. He was literally the golden boy. Well, the other part of it is if they don't get LeBron, they haven't done anything besides Yaxel Lindebor.
Oh, yeah, he's going to be good.
He is going to be good, but that's not enough in the
Right.
West. Maybe in the East, but not in the West.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I know I said this yesterday. I would like to see it. I just think it would add a little drama, semi-local drama, and I think Kings games against the Warriors would, I think it would add a little extra juice to that. It's already, a little juicy, not what it was, but LeBron as a Warrior, yes, I would like to see that.
A-Cuff dropping 50.
Yeah.
Come on, that would be fun. That would be fun.
On your guy, Steph.
Well, it's going to be on somebody. It's going to be on somebody. And, now, you remember when Keon shut down Steph for that play-in game, and then, it turned into this whole thing, the Steph stopper. Now you got Emmanuel Sharp. Your shooting won't be sharp when you're guarded by E Sharp. That's what's going to happen, Whitey.
Let's get carried away. Why not? It's fun. I think the Kings have a number of options to shut Curry down.
Okay.
Legitimate options. Number of ways you could go.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll never forget when I think it was 2 seasons ago, and the Warriors were just destroyed by injury. So there's nobody else on the floor. And the Kings just no shame. We're just going to blitz you all day. If Guy Santos is going to beat us,
my God,
your guy, Guy Santos, and then he's going to beat us. I don't think they'll be able to guard him like that this go-around, Whitey. But, everybody load managing, you never know. They got to get their canes and got to make sure their AARP is all, taken care of before the game.
Now, when you were getting report cards in school, did you get any extra treats or anything or any punishment, depending on whether the report card was good? Oh, we'll take you for ice cream, or bad, like you're not going to leave the house for 3 months?
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of a allowance thing, but ultimately it was just not having your parents on your back is probably just the best gift. Oh my goodness, just leave me be.
I ask you this because the Kings off-season grade is in, so we'll see if it's extra allowance for Scott Perry or if he's going to have his parents on his back when we come back. Also, we'll be checking in with Frankie and Chris and Brennan from the arena because the Kings are getting ready to tip off their Summer League game against the Nets. It's all going on here with the Drive Guys from the Sac Shack in Las Vegas on Sactown Sports, of course.
Sacramento's young talent is on full display in Las Vegas, and Kings two-way forward Jonathan Mobo continues to make his presence felt as he continues to make an impact around the rim, on the glass, and as a shot blocker. Will the young big man play his way into a larger role this season?
Your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, what's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, a Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. I've heard you're extending the 4th of July sales event because the deals were just so good.
They were the best deals of the year, and we wanted to keep the savings going. Right now, you can save up to $17,000 off MSRP on new 2026 Ram 1500 crew cabs.
America loves Ram trucks, but what about my perfect truck?
We have you covered at Hoblet. We are truck people, so you won't find a better selection of new Rams with the features that matter anywhere. Plus, with almost 600 new Rams available, your Ram is waiting at Hoblet. Just one of the reasons Hoblet is consistently one of the top Ram dealers, not just in California, but the entire nation.
Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period. 17,000 total net savings after $41.62 dealer discount and $11,338 factory incentive. Incentives may include 15% below MSRP incentive, 1,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance with eligible trade, and 500 military bonus or first responder bonus for eligible members. 10th is net savings, sample VIN 390660. See dealer for details.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729. Or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Card collectors know there's nothing as special as a rare one-of-one card. And now you can hear a very rare one-of-a-kind sports card show right here on Sactown Sports. Whitey Gleason here inviting you to join me and Mr. True Sports Cards himself, Emran Pilati, for the True Sports Card Show every Saturday morning at 10 on Sactown Sports. It's the only sports card radio show in the nation. For all your hobby needs, get to True Sports Cards, 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland. And for hobby, insight, and fun, join us for the True Sports Card Show Saturday mornings at 10 on Sactown Sports.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave.
What's up? It's Matt George.
What's good? It's Alan Stiles.
With the most trusted voices in the community.
This is Jason Ross.
Hey, it's Kayla Anderson.
It's Whitey Gleason.
Ready to help promote your business, both as partners and customers. All you have to do is ask. Pick up the phone, dial pound 250 and say, grow my business to get connected with a team member today. That's pound 250 and say, grow my business. Our team will review your product, quickly pair you with a perfect endorser, and create video and audio samples, all at no cost or obligation to you. With the most live and local on-air lineup, a dynamic content-driven website, and a state-of-the-art mobile app, Sactown Sports 1140 is tailor-made to help you connect with a sports audience in Sacramento. So why wait? Dial pound 250 today. Say, grow my business, and let us help take you to the next level.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery. One of the most common questions I receive is, what makes us different from other law firms? At Gingery, Hammer & Associates, we handle your case from beginning to the end. Whether your case reaches a settlement, whether it must go into litigation, or whether it has to go all the way to trial, we will be with you along the entire way. And because we are committed to your case, we are as invested as you are in making sure you get the outcome you deserve.
When you get an injury, just call Gingery.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports 1140, your local sports leader. Live from Las Vegas for NBA Summer League, presented by Power Business Technology. Here's Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles.
Yes, the Drive Guys here at the Sack Shack, and the Kings get ready to tip off if they haven't already. What are we going to do, Alan? How are we going to find out and figure out what's going on at the game? We'll be watching, but it'd be great if we had somebody out there.
That's right. Definitely would.
Mm-hmm. Luckily, we do.
That's right.
Frankie's going to check in here in a little bit. We're going to be hearing also coming up from Chris Watkins and Brendan. Big Summer League game for the Kings. It could be the last game for some of their bigger names. We're not sure yet. What we're hearing is that everybody playing today, other than Jonathan Melbo. Tomorrow, we don't know. We also have this from Summer League. Thank you, Jay, for this. The Wizards have decided to shut down A.J. DeBonta, Trey Johnson, and somebody named Will Riley for the team's final three. Oh, we're hearing that on the air. Jay, we're hearing the phone dialing on the air. Yeah, and now we're hearing the busy tone. Yeah. You got to do what, Jay? Turn it off. There we go. Thank you. Yeah. Anyway, so it's A.J. DeBonta, Trey Johnson, and Will Riley for the final three Summer League games, Alan. Now we're still hearing the dial tone. Yeah. Jail checking with you. Yeah, hang up and Jail checking with you just a second. We appreciate Jay, both Jays helping us out today.
Well, of course, I told you Will Riley, he's the dude.
Uh-huh.
He's the one. And we're glad that he is getting ready for the season. Now, he's another guy, Whitey. We talked about this before when I know Jabari Smith Jr. with the Rockets, certain guys, when your team decides, hey, we're done, not we're done developing guys, but we're done tanking, we're done just letting the young players run around and do whatever they want.
We've done all the necessary groundwork, and now we're going for it.
Yeah, guys like Trey Johnson and Will Riley, there's only, if we're talking about rotation minutes and development for the Kings, what do you think is the conversation with with the Wizards, I don't know if you would put Trae Young in the heliocentric category. I probably would. So you have a heliocentric point guard in Trae Young. You have Anthony Davis, assuming they don't trade him. And obviously now you have A.J. DeBonsa. So guys like that who have shown some promise, I don't know, Whitey, I would be on the lookout for the Wizards to maybe flip. I know I'm always trying to trade people.
Oh, boy.
To maybe flip some of those guys to go get if the Wizards feel like we can continue to go in. That's part of the tanking process. It's getting young talent, not necessarily to develop and you're going to play on this team for the next 10, 20 years, but also we might be able to flip you and go get whoever else because we were able to skip the line and get a DeBonsa, something like that. So I don't know how all those guys are going to develop. And you talked about Bub Carrington, Bilal Coulibaly.
Yeah.
The reality is they're not. They're not. So if you're the Wizards, you probably got some decisions to make. But it's a good problem to have, Whitey, a good problem to have.
Yeah, you used the term heliocentric. I know I mentioned this last night. I have never seen anyone as heliocentric about anything as Alan was about the rigatoni he ordered last night. Oh, my goodness.
No, they sat it down right in front of me.
Yes, they did.
I waited, and then, okay, I'm not going to be the first one. Well, then there was the bread. Let us not forget the bread.
I think at one point I had the audacity to take some of the rigatonis. Hey, Whitey, I need that back over here. So I get it.
Whitey, it's just more space over here. It's more space to sit it down.
Oh, I got a spot for it right here.
Yeah. It's easier. It's a big plate. It's a big plate. Just put it.
And I don't blame you.
Yes, just put it in front of me.
It was delicious. One more note from Summer League before we get back to the Kings. While the Clippers, Kawhi, and now the Raptors all wait for a conclusion to the investigation, according to The Athletic, the investigation has grown in scope since it began, according to multiple sources. Not only has the league's go-to law firm were they hired to conduct the inquiry, they inspected if the Clippers circumvented the salary cap by facilitating a sponsorship deal for Leonard with aspiration. Also, looking into whether the Clippers improperly covered expenses for Leonard, but were not reimbursed for them. So what we're hearing is that the NBA's investigation is now expanding as more of the Clippers' activities, actions come under scrutiny. So something to keep an eye on. I still think they're going to probably wrap this up as quickly and as cleanly as they can, although this would suggest perhaps not.
But you're a little surprised that this new, because I know you thought it was going to be, okay, we did it. We said we did it. Now you can leave us alone. I would imagine you're a little surprised that they have expanded it, even if it's just, we don't know if it's for show or not, but the fact that they even did it.
Long story short, I'm not sure. I'm skeptical that the firm that the NBA hired to independently investigate this would actually independently investigate this. But today's story from The Athletic, that's Wachtell Lipton is the firm that's investigating this. Perhaps they actually are. Now, Alan, I was asking you about your report cards. We have here from The Athletic, the Kings' off-season grade is in. They have off-season grades for all of the teams. And Jason Jones put together the grade for the Kings. He says, resetting the Kings roster for the future is a multi-season project. So he gives them a C. A C for the Kings.
A C?
Yeah. Well, it could be worse, but
yeah,
I think that's just a matter of, we'll just have to wait and see.
No, I mean, a C is a C. I don't.
Average. C is average.
I don't know why they would get that. I mean, is that connected to the fact that A-Cup hasn't played well? Would you put that in that category?
We can get Jason Jones on at some point and ask him. But I see you're taking umbrage at that. You think the Kings maybe deserved a better grade. Apologies, we're getting our video set up here for the Kings. With the Kings getting ready to take on the Brooklyn Nets, that game, as you may know, not quite underway as of yet. And we've got our crew on hand out there to update us. Frankie should be checking in here in just a little bit. But, Alan, you think the Kings did more than just C-level work so far this offseason? You're such a homer.
No. Again, context matters, and I just not really sure what else they were supposed to do, right? It's interesting how you would even get an A. You know, it's funny, going back to yesterday, I know I spoke about, if the Kings didn't take A-Cup, who should they have taken? Yeah, there are a lot of people that were interested in Kingston Fleming. By the way, Braden Burries, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
He was doing some things last night. But with all that being said, it's too early to tell on the draft picks, and you go out, you get somebody with star power. That would be my question. How could the Kings, I guess, in theory, moving on from Zach LaVine or Domantas Sabonis, but without obviously the context of, well, they're bad contracts that Scott Perry did inherit but did not sign. What was he supposed to do? You know, and I go back to the questions of, okay, is this about the fact that you didn't move on from him or from them, or that it wasn't your fault to begin with? I don't know.
I think the Kings probably get a C if you're going to grade them, which is, if you're going to do that, good for you. And I know Jason Jones was asked to do it, so he did it. But it's just a matter of they really haven't done much yet. Oh, nice Kings with an opening basket there.
Tic-tac-toe action.
Dylan Cardwell with a jam off the assist from Caribbean.
Oh, yeah. Well,
He's
I
got
thought.
a big game. And Acuff has the look today, doesn't he?
Does he?
Yes,
okay.
he does.
Well, I'll take your word for it.
He was trying to stare down Michael Brown Jr., but he was just trying to kind of act like, I don't see anything.
Yeah. Well, again, if I'm not mistaken, they might have. They all these guys play each other all the time, but I think Acuff and Michael might go back a little bit.
That is true.
Yeah, and they did not get to face off against each other in Sacramento. Michael said, "No, we gonna meet on on Vegas terms. I don't want a home court advantage or anything like that. This is unique, Whitey. I know people are working right now. Whether you're,
I am.
Well, you are, and you're working your butt off. But I know people are working right now, and they might be driving around doing deliveries. Shout out UPS Chris and all the crew. So this is kind of a unique situation for us, and I'm gonna enjoy a little bit. I know early on it was kind of questionable because we've never really had to do a show while a game was going on, but I'm kind of liking this. You're looking like Eli Manning to me a little bit right now.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
Drive Guys
enjoying
cast.
this. Yes, the Drive Guys cast. We gotta.
Yeah. All right, let's go out to the Thomas and Mack and Frankie Cardicelli, Sactown Sports Digital insider and reporter. Frankie, what's going on out there? Welcome to the show.
Fellas, long time no talk. Just sitting here with our 1140 family, with Jason Ross, with Chris Watkins, and Brendan Nunez, and watching Kings Nets action. And yeah, man, it's some good atmosphere here. It's good times.
Frankie, I don't know if you've heard about it. You've come under fire for declaring yourself the leader of the whole crew. Do you have any comment on that?
No, that was our friend and colleague Deuce Mason. He appointed me as leader for some reason, and that's not the case. I look at people who have been there before us and put the time in, and I look at you as a leader, Whitey. I look at you as someone who's kind of leading us through this massive leap for our station, and each one of us individually. I look at you as someone we can look at as inspiration.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Frankie, I know there's not a ton of pregame work that happens as far as, availability, I should say. But what were the vibes before the game? Did you get to see the team walk out? Did you get to see Acuff? How did everything feel? How did the energy from the team specifically?
Right now, not great because they're down 8-2 here. Acuff just threw a foul, got down one. That helps. So that's what was in the house. That was what we noticed when the team was coming out. First time we've seen him here in Vegas. We just finished up the Celebrity Tournament in Tahoe, and he's here rocking a Raiders jersey. There you go, Alan. And watching his guys and rookies in action. But no, the vibes are good. I think that we're just kind of looking to see if Acuff can put together a good offensive showing here. And Max Renault, the offense looked really great the other night. He thinks he can dominate Summer League, and we'll see if he can continue to do that today. But kind of looking to see if this the last time we'll see some of these guys. That's kind of what I'm looking at and wondering if, they have a game tomorrow. You know how things go in Summer League. A.J. DeVos has already been shut down. So there's a possibility, and there's nothing that's confirmed or hasn't been floated yet. But you wonder how much longer you'll see some of these core players play. But that's why today's so important. This is game 5 for a lot of these players, and Darius is looking for his best showing yet from an offensive standpoint, and he could use it just to kind of silence some of the narratives that are going around right now.
I just saw Nick Clifford get his cookies taken from Michael Brown Jr. We're a little bit behind you, Frank, on watching the TV. But did you say Zach LaVine in a Raiders jersey? Did I hear that right?
In a Raiders jersey. Yeah, in a Raiders jersey. I think it's Charles Woodson jersey. Bo Jackson. It's a Bo Jackson jersey. Even better.
You know, I always did like Zach LaVine. He always was my guy. He always was. Frankie, did you have anything specifically you were looking to see in this game today from maybe Caravan, or are you just taking it all in?
I mean, Caravan's another player who, I mean, it's Summer League, and there's so many hot takes and the critiques are out there and whatnot. And I think a lot of people have been critical of Caravan's shooting so far. He was known as a knockdown shooter in college and hasn't been able to do it so far in 2 or so games since, coming back from a sprained ankle. But again, this is the first game action for a lot of these players in months, and they're kind of still getting their feel for it. And the hard part is once you get a feel for it, you kind of go back into another multi-month long stretch of no true competitive 5-on-5 action. So obviously seeing some of these guys is, put the ball in the basket consistently and doing so efficiently, I think is the key point for players like Caravan and Acuff. But again, I think really it's just about taking the silver linings here and not kind of getting too high or too low. But I know for the Kings, they could just use a good offensive showing just across the board.
All right, Frankie, we'll let you go on this one. I know you touched on this, but can you share what you are hearing about what Kings this may be the last game for? Are we still waiting to see? How likely are we to see Darius Acuff, Maxime Reynaud beyond today based on what you're hearing?
When you see players like Jonathan Mobo, who's been playing a lot this summer, he sat out today for rest purposes. It's a back-to-back, and, those key players who's talked about didn't play back-to-backs in the California Classic. So it's pretty likely that one or both of those guys would not be playing tomorrow. But, again, it just depends on how important the Kings view this Summer League experience. And, it depends on – we talked about today, Whitey, if they can win this game by – blowout fashion, they would qualify for the little mini postseason. But they're down 11 points in the first year and not looking too ideal. But I would imagine that both those guys would be unlikely to play tomorrow. But again, I'm not sure what the Kings are planning.
Gotcha. Thank you, Frankie. We appreciate it, and we'll catch up with you again soon.
All right, guys. Talk to you soon.
Okay. Yeah, and then I think 3:30 we're going to hear from Chris Watkins, although he may find reasons not to talk to us because the Nets are taking it to your Kings right now.
Yeah, and it's funny because I just said how people were roasting those 18 first-round picks from the Nets. They look good today.
Yeah.
They look pretty good. It's early, but, I mean, they're throwing – well, here's the thing. The Kings right now are not taking care of the basketball. And it could be Nick Clifford. It could be Darius Acuff. We have these point guard conversations. They're just giving the ball away.
Mm-hmm.
They're just giving the ball away.
4 turnovers already.
And the biggest change, not that, I played or I know, but I know one of the things that comes up a lot is the speed of the game. And Darius Acuff just had a play where somebody cut to the middle and he tried to sneak it in, low bounce pass, and there were 2 Nets players, maybe even 3, that just swallowed up the basketball, and it was another turnover, and he's still getting used to the speed. And these are guys that they got used to the speed after 1 year, Whitey.
Mm-hmm.
After 1 year. So it can take that much. But I told you this last year. I know we weren't doing the show yet, but Danny Wolf.
But you told me anyway.
But I told you anyway during crosstalk out of Michigan, Danny Wolf for the Nets. He can do some things. He can stretch the floor. All these guys look good right now, but they're looking good. They're putting together. This is a Precious Achiuwa highlight tape. This is what's happening right now, Whitey. This is ridiculous. I mean, I don't know, Jay. Did they have a bucket? I know, there's no media meals, but there's a bucket of popcorn before the game. What is happening? Then they threw an alley-oop. The Nets did. This is not good. Now, whenever I say this, I'm getting somebody's getting in the car. Alan's talking about it's not good. It's a summer league game. I'm gonna say this 12 times throughout the course of and there's a backcourt. There's getting bodied. Go get some muscle milk.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it's bad. It's summer league. Doesn't mean it's bad, but it definitely isn't good.
It's not good.
Made. Yeah, so far the Kings have 4 points and 4 turnovers, and that's not a healthy ratio, in my opinion.
No.
If you're going to have the same number of turnovers as points, I don't care if you're playing at the NBA or in your driveway, you're probably not going to win a lot of games.
No, you playing 21 or king of the court in your front porch. That's front yard. That's not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look – they look disjointed.
It is a little disappointing. And, again, it's fine. it's Summer League, but you'd like to see a little more life and energy like what we saw in the California Classic.
Yes. Now, again, that's home cooking. You out there and farm to fork capital of the world, it's a little bit different. And I think the bright lights, they may have gotten to the Kings a little bit, it feels like. Again,
maybe the early start time, but it doesn't seem to be affecting the Nets, although they're
on East Coast, so they think it's 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're getting run.
They're stealing a bust out there for the Nets, and they
are getting ran.
Jay, the Nets are up comfortably here at this point. Yeah. So, thank you to Frankie for joining us. At this point, it appears unlikely that the Kings will qualify for the Summer League postseason, such as it is, which would mean that, and there's still a lot of balls in the air. We won't know this for sure for a while, but they would then play tomorrow, and then they'd have to wait and see when their consolation game is, probably Friday at some point.
Well, here's the thing, Whitey.
And the way it's going to be an early game.
Last season, they made the playoffs. Last season, and they got Danny. So they're trying to run this switch where Danny Wolf has been stuck on Darius Acuff a couple times, and he's fouled him a couple times. But this is where you Darius Acuff, Jay, you got to smell barbecue chicken. And Acuff is trying to do that, so he gets to the cup, obviously one free throw, so now it's still a double-digit lead. And now the Kings force a turnover. But these are –
is that a legal screen there? I think.
Yeah, these are the types of situations where if you're running a play, and this is something that the Kings are going to do a lot throughout the season, hey, let's get Acuff. Let's get a big on Acuff because everybody switches everything. That's where you got to eat. That's where you have to eat. And Nick Clifford, I mean, it hasn't been a great start. I know we got either a turnover and a brick, Whitey, or something like that. I know I watched, so not a great start. See, another turnover.
Turnover, bust out, Nets.
No, they're cooking them.
Good.
No, man. Was that Maxime who turned the ball over, or was that setting the screen, or? I mean, goodness.
Here's one thing that we're seeing today that we'll see a lot of once the season starts, at least from teams that are capable of defending Acuff this way, but he's got Saraf on him, and Saraf is big.
Yeah.
He's a big son of a gun. So
he's a big buckaroo.
Yeah. Acuff, oh, my goodness.
Danny Wolf.
Steal and bust out for the Nets, and they take the lead.
And I tried to tell you, this Nets team, again, people were roasting the fact that their first-round picks didn't look good last season. But they had a lot of them, and they're young, right? And I'm not going to make a joke.
Come on, they're not very good. They look good today.
No. But I'm just saying, relatively speaking, to what the Kings have done. They did play together for a season. It was bad basketball, but they played together for a season. And I'm not making excuses for the Kings. I'm just saying that's what it is. Last season, you had the Stockton Kings, or you had the G Leaguers, but you had the Stockton Kings up in there, and they had obviously played together, won a championship. It's a little bit different. So we're just I'll tell you this much. This is more apropos to what a summer league team looks like.
Yeah.
They're on top of not playing well. Don't get me wrong. On top of not playing well.
There's 4:01 left in the first quarter, so the Nets are leading 22-6. So the Kings so far, they have 8 turnovers. They've turned the ball over 8 times, and they have 5 shots. Again, a very unhealthy ratio.
Not going to work.
When you're turning the ball over more often, then you shoot the ball.
Yeah. Can't do it. Won't do it. There's still some keys. Obviously, it's still only the first quarter. Some keys to the game. This is where you look towards your second-year players.
Allen's keys to the game?
Well, this is where you look towards your second-year players. And this thing, the keys to the game is dynamic. Just like a game is. But you're looking towards your second-year players. You're looking towards Maxime. You're looking towards Dylan. And I'm wondering if Dylan – I know they said everybody's playing today, but I haven't seen him yet. But you're looking at Dylan. You're looking at Maxime. You're looking at Nick Clifford. Hey, man, your class – right? You got to take things personally, Whitey, because now this is, hey, your draft class are the ones balling on you.
The Nets, Allen, to my eye, seem to be overplaying everything, and the Kings are, you got to go backdoor or something when you're being overplayed, and it's almost like the players, this happens in basketball sometimes. Well, he's supposed to be open there, so even though he's not open, I'm going to throw it. The other team caught it, but sometimes you're just like almost on autopilot.
It becomes a bit robotic.
And you're running an offense that the other team knows maybe even better than you do.
Right.
It's all very simple at this point.
You still watch film. They're watching film out there, and they know what these teams are trying to run. This is some pride. I mean, you saw Debanza. I know Debanza just got shut down, but you saw Debanza. You saw a lot of guys talk about it. They want to leave, and Dylan Cardwell checks in now. But they want to leave with something, just like Denzel said. I'm leaving here with something. Mm-hmm. And right now, the Kings look like they're about to leave with an L.
Yeah.
It's early. It's early.
Yeah. Let's be honest. Darius Acuff is the engine of the offense in Summer League, and the engine is sputtering. And other teams are keeping that engine from starting, and as a result, looks really bad at that end.
Well, the other part of it is that secondary. I don't know if the Kings have a legitimate secondary scorer. Not to say that they don't have one on the team, but it's just the hierarchy. You know, we were talking about with Frankie, the leader of the group, whatever it is. There's a hierarchy. There's a pecking order. There's just a line of how things should fall in order. And I think there was a lot of Acuff, and we knew there was going to be a lot of Acuff, but it's almost as if they didn't necessarily lay out, okay, well then what happens besides that? Now, I think organically it should probably be Nick Clifford, correct? Because that's what it was last season.
Or Max.
Yeah. Or Max.
Especially after the game he had last game.
Right.
But the Nets are really getting up on the Kings and pressuring the basketball, and the Kings have struggled with that. They've started to set some, screens in the backcourt, things like that. But the Nets just brought a level of physicality that appears, for what it's worth, in this Summer League game to have caught the Kings by surprise.
Well, you don't want this because now Stefan Noe, who we may have on the show pretty soon here, we'll give him a hard time about it. Whitey, you don't want to be on the Summer League Day 4 losers list and Day 4 winners list. You don't want to be on that, because if that happens, your career might be cooked.
Well, I sure like Dylan Cardwell. The team's not playing well, but he doesn't have an ounce of quit in him. I'm not kidding. He plays hard.
Always.
They could use Mopo today, I'll tell you that.
I think that's a good point, and we can talk about it on the other side, just the idea of not losing a game, but we haven't seen the Kings get punked. That's been your thing. Hey, they're building this culture where they do the punking. They don't get punked. They're getting punked right now.
Well, that's what Coach Christie used to say last year, right?
Yeah.
There's the game and there's the fight.
That's right.
We want to win one of them.
They're losing both of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's still early.
Yeah, they're losing the game, and they didn't bring their boxing gloves to the fight today.
No, they didn't bring the tape.
Right.
The boxing gloves, the boxing shoes, the shorts. The shorts too long. You can't box in long shorts. It's a problem.
You said it, and I'm glad you did. We'll check in with Chris Watkins at the Thomas and Mack for his views on what's going on with the Kings here. They're trailing early, but Summer League rolls on with the Drive Guys from the Sack Shack on Sactown Sports.
Like and subscribe to the Sactown Sports 1140 YouTube channel at Sactown Sports 1140 to get the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Matt and Kayla, and the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on demand and at your fingertips. Get your fix of the Sacramento Kings, 49ers, Giants, Athletics, NFL, NBA, and the latest in sports and entertainment all in one place at Sactown Sports 1140 on YouTube. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Remember when a driving range was just a driving range? Yeah, Hagen Oaks doesn't remember either. Reserve one of 3 top Tracer bays from 6 to 11 p.m. at HagenOaks.com. Only 3 bays are reservable, while the rest of the range remains open for walk-ups. Play virtual golf, then grab food, drinks, and a seat in front of the TVs at the hangout. Throw in live music, and suddenly your quick stop at the range turns into hours of fun. Hagen Oaks Golf Complex. Side effects may include laughter, bragging rights, and one friend insisting he would have won if the wind wasn't blowing.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-381-4183, 800-381-4183, or biglou.com.
You ever notice how the other guys scream about massive discounts on their Dodge, Chrysler, or Jeep Ram vehicles? Then you get to the fine print and boom, another $5,200 in mandatory ads. At Hoblet, we don't insult your intelligence. The price you see is the price you pay. No mystery add-ons, no bait and switch. No gotcha when you sit down to buy. Hoblet, family owned for 77 years. Transparency, straightforward pricing. Buy it right, buy it at Hoblet.
Is the volatility of the stock market driving you crazy? Is your retirement account sinking, yet you're getting older and you're starting to worry about, will I have enough for retirement? What about the money in the bank? These banks pay nothing these days. How do we get growth to get to retirement account? It's simple. Move into gold and silver. Want to know how to do it? Listen to my show, Striking Gold, with me, Kenny Michaels.
It's time for your Sactown Soccer Report, powered by Sac Yolo Mosquito and Vector Control District.
This week's key matches include France versus Spain at Dallas Stadium and Argentina versus England in Atlanta.
In soccer, defense wins championships. At home, defense stops mosquitoes. Train standing water. That's your backline. Dress with sleeves and defend with repellent. That's your keeper. Keep your doors and screens tight. That's your shutout. Sac Yolo Mosquito and Vector Control District. More tips at fightthebite.net.
Live from Las Vegas for NBA Summer League, presented by Power Business Technology. Here's Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles.
$18 nets, Alan. Let's say we go out and see if Chris Watkins can explain what's going on. Joining us from the Thompson Mac, Chris Watkins. How you doing, Chris?
I'm doing all right. We're having to watch this game, so I've been better. But they kind of started to pick it up there at the end. So things are going all right here. How's it going over at the Sac Shack?
Well, we miss you. We miss the whole crew, of course. Not having you guys here. You know, it's kind of a lonely feeling, but it looks to me, Chris, like, I know it's Summer League and all of that. The Nets brought a level of physicality early on that the Kings just seemed a little almost unprepared for today.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's super apparent on TV, but with them just right in front of us here, the Brooklyn Nets lineup that they keep throwing out here are just absolutely massive. I mean, every single player, it seems, that they are throwing out here, funny enough, with the exception of Michael Brown Jr. is above 6'7", and so especially to start that game, it just looked like they were completely rolling them off and just not allowing them to get any sort of dribble penetration. And you saw it just led to the Kings' offense looking like absolute garbage. And they took Darius Acuff and Maxime out a little bit. I think get a little bit more movement out there. And when they got back out, I think you kind of saw things start to fall into place. But clearly, I think it's a little bit too late for that.
Yeah, Chris, it's hard to tell who's who. Great point, because every time we looked up, we saw Danny Wolf. He was the one checking Darius Acuff, and initially I thought, the Kings were setting screens for that to happen. I don't even know if that's the case. They might have just been checking Rocket. I don't know if he's a guard now or what. Did you hope that maybe Darius Acuff would be able to get by, some of these bigger guys a little bit more easily?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a little bit concerning for sure. I mean, you would guess that Darius Acuff is going to go against a lot of size, especially if he's does start to figure out his shot a little bit and become, the Kings' number one option, like I think we all think they hope he will become. But I think we saw it with De'Aaron Fox, right? Like guys like Jaden McDaniels at some point. If you're going to be a 30-point per game scorer, the other team's not just going to allow that to happen. And I think Darius Acup has to be able to either, use some strength and get by these guys or to kind of blow by them with his first step. And we just haven't really seen that yet today. And, it's too early to make any big calls like that. But I think there's definitely been some things out here that you've seen that I think everyone has wanted to see a little bit more and a little bit better out of Darius Acup.
Yeah, Chris, thanks for your analysis. And that's a great point you made about how the Nets with their size are really disrupting things for the Kings. If you give this to the Kings, that they are trying to be more physical this year, they're trying to make teams feel them. I think today, if that's their game, the Nets are beating them so far at their own game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're beating them in just about every aspect. The physicality is absolutely massive. I mean, even watching them trying to bring some balls down. I mean, this is the 94 feet that Doug Christie was screaming for all last year. And this is, again, funny enough, the first preseason game last year, I remember, I think it was the Toronto Raptors came into town after Doug Christie had kind of been preaching all offseason about this 94 feet mentality. And it was kind of ironic to see the other team be the one that really delivers on that message. And I think right now you're seeing a little bit more of that. Is Brooklyn is just hounding the Kings the second they bring the ball in, and they just have no idea what to do with the physicality. I mean, they are not able to get into any of their stuff, and it's kind of one of those moments right now where you've already gotten hit in the face and you're kind of already too far down to where you're kind of throwing haymakers. So you hope at some point here they can settle into some sort of offense. But right now, it feels like Brooklyn's physicality is just making it impossible for the Kings to feel comfortable at all in this kind of setting.
Chris, I know there's a lot to be said about Darius Acup and what he's going to be and who he's going to become. But I look at this too, Chris, and I'm saying, look, we know the Nets had about 17 first-round picks last season. Is there any level of, hey, Maxime Reynaud, Nick Clifford, this is your draft class that's kind of putting it on you a little bit. Where you at? You know what I mean? Is there any feeling where maybe we hope we see more from the sophomore class in a situation like this?
That's totally fair, 100%. Like, Darius Acup, this is all coming at him, and he's trying to process and learn and adapt all at the same time. Things are flying 100 miles per hour. It's not 100% fair to put this all on his shoulders, and that's why you have these second-year guys out here. Guys like, frankly, Nick Clifford, you could ask more of, especially with this being a summer league setting. You want to see what he can be as a backup ball handler and how he can kind of set up other guys. I think it's totally fair to ask Nick Clifford to make things a little bit more comfortable for Maxime to set some screens. Dylan Cardwell, of course, to set some screens for Darius Acup to kind of give him some space. It's funny enough, feels like it's a lot of the burden on Emmanuel Sharp and Darius Acup to kind of get this offense in motion, because everybody else doesn't really seem to be able to create for others, or at least they're not leaning on them quite like that.
All right, Chris. Well, thank you for the update, and enjoy the game if such a thing is possible, and we'll catch up with you pretty soon here, all right?
Gotcha, will do. And, just in case you guys can realize, the Nets just scored again. So, that's going to be
all right. Thank you, Chris. We appreciate it. Chris Bucket from the Thomas and Mack, where the Nets are just, there's no way around it, just taking it to the Kings with their superior size and so far today, physicality.
Yeah, and now, once that starts, the shots start falling as well, because you got that confidence, and that can be a rough go. That can be a rough go. Now, you got to dig deep and make sure that you leave with a little bit of respect on your shoulders, if nothing else, Whitey. But yeah, it's a nightmare right now. A nightmare on what Jay? What is it? University Ave? Yeah, Nightmare on University Ave.
Oh, sweet fresh meat.
That's what that is what it looks like. And shout out to all the Kings fans that we know are out there. Maybe took off work.
That's got to be fun.
Yeah, you took off work, and it's going to be Vegas. It's going to be great. You know, it's going to be a good game. Well, you were 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
You know, you were 2 out of 3.
Well, Dylan Cardwell's not backing down from anybody. He's got 6 points on 3 of 4 shooting. Also, Emmanuel Sharp is 2 of 3 today. That's on threes, 2 of 3s. Other than that, there aren't a lot of highlights, as Darius Acuff Jr. is 2 for 6 with 3 turnovers, and he has been once again the focus of the Nets defense.
Yeah, Michael Brown Jr. I mean, that boy.
Here we go.
That boy can shoot it.
Uh-huh.
I just that's all I'm gonna say.
Mm-hmm.
That boy can shoot.
He's taken 2 shots. One of them was a 3, and he ain't missed anything yet.
Yeah, that boy can shoot a little bit.
A little bit sobering, huh? Because I think the Nets are one of those teams that we thought, at least I thought, all right, well, the Kings are, comparable to this Nets team that's still looking for some answers.
Yeah, I mean, I think to your point, though, there's a big gap between being first-round picks that don't look good against NBA players and being first-round picks that look good against a summer league squad. So maybe there was a little bit of that bleeding over with you, Whitey, because the Nets weren't good in the regular season, but they have a bunch of first-round picks from last season on top of who they picked up this season. So maybe it shouldn't have been as surprising that a tanking team, that they let their dudes play all season long, pretty much, you know. So
yeah,
and
they ran plays at the end of close games that were apparently designed not to score.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And now you add in Michael Brown Jr., so maybe we should have seen a version of this coming, but that does not mean that we are excusing the kind of just terrible play and the sloppy play from the Kings. It hasn't been great, and like we said, I think they got I saw some people eat some chicken fingers upstairs or some chicken tenders. Look, if you're a fan out there kind of streaming us while you're down there, go get some chicken tenders, a little bit of mustard.
Yeah.
Didn't see any garlic fries. We were not in Northern California anymore, but go get you something, and hopefully the Kings turn it on.
Yeah, summer league or not, the way the Kings are playing today, this is truly disappointing, and we'll take a closer look at why.
You're really sad about this.
Yeah, I'm just like, come on, really? And we'll take a closer look at that as far as why when we come back. It's the Drive Guys from Vegas on Sactown Sports.
Take Sactown Sports with you everywhere you go with the Sactown Sports app. The most in-depth coverage of the Kings and 49ers. A library of written and video content. And all your favorite personalities all in one place. Download the Sactown Sports app today and get in on the action. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sepp Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sepp Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sepp's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
On BritBox, there is a place where stories twist like cobblestone roads, grand manners hide secrets, and stakes are higher than seaside cliffs. Find places worth getting lost in on BritBox. Watch new series like The Other Bennett Sister from the world of Jane Austen and A Woman of Substance starring Golden Globe winner Brenda Blethyn. If you want to get away, you're in the right place. Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Free trial at BritBox.com.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery from the law firm of Gingery, Hammer, and Associates. When you have been injured by the fault of another, you will want advice you can trust. If you know an attorney you can trust, I hope you call that person. But if you don't, please call me. I promise I will be the attorney you can trust. Along with my partner and associates, I have been helping accident survivors recover for their injuries for over 25 years. And we can help you. There's no charge for calling, so please call us today.
When you get an injury, just call Gingery. There's only one Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic. Because this ad is 30 seconds, I can't get into everything I'm FDA approved to do, so I'm just going to play my jingle again. But first, ask your doctor about which FDA approved uses of me, the Ozempic pen, may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA approved Ozempic. Now here's that jingle again.
There's only one Ozempic.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Awkward time to ask this, but hey, did you download the trail map?
Yeah, no, I don't need to.
I don't understand. You're trusting your signal out here?
Well, I'm trusting T-Mobile. They have the best network. And if we end up in bum-tots nowhere, well, we've got T-Satellite for backup.
Whoa, I don't trust my carrier that much.
We'll just use your phone as a flashlight.
With America's best network and T-Satellite, we're keeping you connected in places you never thought possible. And if you switch today, you get free phones for $0 down and only $25 a month per line for 4 lines. Find out more at T-Mobile.com or visit your local store.
Best mobile network based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025 with 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on Essentials. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 connection charge per line. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement example $299.99 Moto Edge 5G required. T-Satellite available with compatible device in most outdoor areas in the U.S. where you can see the sky. Included with experience beyond or $10 a month. Auto renews monthly. Cancel anytime. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Live from Las Vegas for NBA Summer League presented by Power Business Technology. Here's Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles.
Yeah, this is not a good look for the Kings as they are trailing the Nets in Summer League. The Nets are up 52-24 with a little more than 3 minutes left here in the first half. Alan, that's a lot of points to give up. I know it's Law Murray, friend of the show, great writer. After the Kings beat the Clippers in Summer League, he said it's like they're playing prison ball defense. This is and Tony Ray Harvey just texted me. He's like, "Where's the prison ball defense? This is freaking Kiddie Academy defense. I mean, this defense is terrible." And you can say it's only Summer League. I don't care what it is. They're getting dominated in this game, and they're offering very little resistance. You see guys coming off the floor for the Nets, and they're like 5 for 6 with 17 points, and they're just having the time of their lives. We need to see a little something from the Kings the rest of the way. They're not going to win, and who cares if they win? But you got to play at least defensively with some semblance of pride, Alan.
I hear you. And there was just a play where they almost turned over the biscuit again. Again, that bucket of popcorn. Look, the fans need to go get some popcorn. The Kings need to stay away from the dang popcorn because the hands are slippery. I don't know what's going on right now, Whitey. So they nearly turn it over. Caravan gets it in Steph Curry's zone and just chucks it. And he front rims it because he shot it from 5 feet behind the three-point line. And you know what that tells me, Whitey? I'm getting mine. It's time for me to take a shot, and somebody on the YouTube said it's been over whatever amount of minutes. Caravan doesn't have one, and I think he literally said, I need to at least get lathered in some way and just put something up. And that tells me again that these dudes are not on the same page. And I understand that it would be surprising if they were all fully on the same page because they haven't played together a long time. But this whole thing, there's just no rhyme, no reason. It just, they might as well have just is a back-to-back. And here's going to be the question, fellas. if this thing is a smack fest, do you sit them and say, let's just run it back tomorrow? Let's just run it back tomorrow. They didn't play in the fourth quarter, whatever. You can't
play just because
we don't know that, though. We don't know. They never put out, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I know. But what I'm saying, pardon me, but I'm saying because of what if somebody gets hurt? You can't have in summer league.
But we don't know what the plan was anyway.
I know, but whether that was the plan or not, I just think for summer league, you don't want people playing back-to-backs. I agree with you in principle.
Well, then sit them at the break. This one over.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Back to back. How about a half to half?
Yeah. Somebody call Mobo up at the hotel.
Yeah, Mobo.
We need you to suit up for the second half.
We can figure out some things. Hey, you can check in. It's just summer ball.
Yeah.
Because this is not the last. I know they'll play another game. So here, I guess that's what it becomes. Clearly, Acuff is not going to get, if he is going to get shut down, it's not going to be because he impressed. Right. So if that's maybe the bigger conversation. Do you play him in the consolation game? That's going to be what this comes down to. I think you have to. I think you have to. Him. And this is why I told you not to play Maxime. He out there turning the biscuit over. The brother shouldn't have been out there anyway.
Yeah.
I told you that.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen him play and have a decent game, and maybe he plays better in the second half. I think what's going on here is the Kings have lost their confidence. Even though it's Summer League, they were so excited, especially after the way they played in the California Classic. And again, Darius Acuff is leading this team forward. And he didn't shoot the ball well in the Classic, but he brought a lot of energy. They come rolling into Summer League. They won a couple games. And now just teams have looked at the Kings and go, oh, we can stop that. And so now the Kings' offense has basically stopped functioning, which has had an adverse effect on them at the defensive end as well. And I also think a lot of this, Alan, maybe I'm getting carried away, but this is really frustrating to see this. You talk a lot. You've talked, I think it was just yesterday, about the importance of, wings is the things in the NBA.
Yep.
And the Kings just right now, against the Nets anyway in Summer League, they don't have the size across the board other than, maybe up front to match up with a bigger team like this.
No, they don't. And obviously it's not going to be the team that they put out on the floor. But there are always going to be those question marks when you not only when it comes to the wing positions, but it's also the guard positions. Having bigger guards, guys like that. That we sitting here trying to convince ourselves as Nick Clifford nearly turns it over again.
Just trying to execute a simple, pass to the high post.
Right.
And the Nets are so big. Now, the Nets should be a really good Summer League team this year.
That's
as
right.
many rookies as they had last year and as much as they play.
They should.
Yeah.
They should.
But it's just a matter of how much bigger they look than Sacramento.
Yeah. And, Acuff is trying to – I think that was an and one. I'm not sure. I think it was. But Acuff is trying to get going a little bit. Emmanuel Sharp, that's the guy who tends to turn it on here when you need something. And that just tells me that, again, there are battles. I'll put it to you like this. There are battles going on everywhere. Okay, we talked about some of the internal battles that we had about Dinnergate. There are also internal battles going on with the Kings because even though you're playing the Nets, you're also playing one another as far as playing time is concerned. That's not nothing. And there are a couple sophomores on this squad that are not looking like sophomores on this squad. So you're going to have to keep an eye on that. Neek another turnover.
The Kings had a breakout and they turned it over and it led to a Brooklyn dunk. You mentioned Dinnergate. If whoever came up with the name could have come up with a better name than that. But people are responding to it. From Steve Carson on X. You probably saw this. I know you were notified on this as well. I've been listening to KHTK all day since Team Dinnergate started. I'm glad we're all able to hear the end and how it all started and ended. Chris, great job on your investigation. Chris Verlaud being applauded for all the detective work he did in getting to what he says is the root of Dinnergate, which isn't a thing because it didn't actually happen.
Yeah. Don't encourage. So that I saw it come through on X. I almost muted it. Don't encourage. Look, if y'all were entertained, that's all that matters to me. All I want is for you to be entertained. And if you were entertained, then we did our job, even if it's at our expense. I saw somebody say I'm Team A Sizzle. I think it was the 916. So thank you, 916.
Was that your wife?
No, it was not.
Okay.
Not a 916 area code. I also saw somebody say Styles feels like he has a bunch of excuses. What else did you want from me at this point? What did you want from me? And here goes Nick Clifford with the tray ball, and I think that was an air ball. So we're good there.
I'm going to go with it was deflected.
So we know what it is. Okay, I think the bucket might have been. Oh, Emmanuel. Look, man, I know people will play games with beverages. Okay, take a sip here, take a sip there.
Careful.
I'm just saying, if it's not Emmanuel Sharp shooting, you're safe. If it's not Emmanuel Sharp shooting, you don't have a problem. Because he is the only one. I know you keep talking about Dylan Cardwell. Emmanuel Sharp is the only one that woke up and decided, I want to play basketball.
Yeah, he's got 14 points.
Yeah. And it's not the first time. This happened at the Cali Classic. He is the only one that decided, I want to play basketball today. There's nobody else that decided, I want to play basketball today.
Well, Dylan.
Dylan. No, you know what? I want to go to the Sphere. I want to see Backstreet Boys. I want to check out the $20 ribeye. No. That whatever it is, it was not about playing basketball.
I don't know what the Summer League equivalent of Cancun is. Maybe it's still Cancun.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or I want to go check out old Las Vegas and see the Michael Jackson impersonator. That's what they want to do. Somebody on the text line this morning said, Alan, we know you like speakeasies, because Jason said, hey, what would you like to do? I said, well, I'd love to check out all the speakeasies. Somebody said, Alan, go check out the one in the Mob Museum. They want to go check out the Mob Museum. That's what they want to do.
Yeah.
They like us. They're just on, you know what, I got in trouble because I said vacation. The Kings getting in trouble with me.
Yeah.
We all talking about vacation. That's a problem, Whitey.
Are you going to the Smelly Cat?
I want to go.
It's the Smelly Cat, right? Not the Stinky Cat.
I think it's Smelly.
Yeah,
I think it's
Smelly
Smelly.
Cat.
And they might be there. At this point, because they might be there at halftime. At this point, Whitey.
Yeah, they're playing like a smelly cat litter box.
Well, and trust me, I had to clean mine before I left. Alex Caravan, at this point, they keep showing his accolades, which tells you he's playing poorly. I don't even know if it's poorly. I don't even know if it's poorly when he's not really getting those opportunities.
Jay's buddy Leandro Barbosa just kind of elbowed Doug, and he got a laugh out of something.
Back in the day, my wife, we were in
I think they were talking about Smelly Cat.
Yeah, well, we'll see him there. When we were in a co-ed league, my wife and I, and she had never really seen me play basketball before, and she said,
wow.
you kind of play basketball like Leandro Barbosa.
That's a great compliment.
I'll take it.
The Brazilian Blur.
Why do you think I married her? I said, I'll take it.
Wow.
That's right. Distribute the basketball. Corner three ball. That's what it is.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated on the Kings, but when we come back, we're going to switch gears a little bit. Jeremy Fowler. Now, take it easy on him, Alan, because he's put together the series of these rankings, and yesterday we shared Jeremy Fowler's top 10 quarterbacks, and you were just not happy.
No, Jeremy's my guy.
Oh,
the results. We'll have some questions.
He just compiled the results and put it together.
That's right.
So, Jeremy Fowler joins us for a look at the NFL here as the Drive Guys roll on from the Sack Shack in Las Vegas on Sactown Sports, of course.
The top young talent is on display at NBA Summer League, and Sactown Sports has boots on the ground. Join Jason Ross, Whitey Gleason, and Alan Stiles as they broadcast live from Las Vegas, presented by Power Business Technology. And stay locked into SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports YouTube channel for the latest on every game, every practice, and all things Kings this summer. Power Business Technology, copiers and printers for your office needs.
Your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And we're live from the living room as Doug eyes up the match day spread. He's reaching for the Buffalo wing. Perfect. Hang on, what's this? Oh, he's gone for a can of Pepsi too. Incredible. What a finish. Sensational combination. Look at the delight on his face. There's no doubt about it. It just tastes better. Match days deserve Pepsi. Food deserves Pepsi. Grab a pack of Pepsi Zero Sugar for today's match. It's poetry in motion.
Hi, this is Adam Johnson, owner of Golf Fitness Solutions. Most golfers practice their swing, but ignore the body swing in the club. We help golfers move better, get stronger, reduce pain, build power, and play longer. Join us for a free trial week and see how golf-specific training can help you support your body and your game. Try a class, meet the team, and find a right program for your goals. Call 916-802-5175 or visit golffitnesssolutions.com. Golf Fitness Solutions. Move better, feel better, play better.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, a Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. I've heard you're extending the 4th of July sales event because the deals were just so good.
They were the best deals of the year, and we wanted to keep the savings going. Right now, you can save up to $14,000 off MSRP on new 2026 Ram 2500 and 3500 heavy duties. Plus, save thousands more with 0% financing for 60 months.
Wow. $14,000 off MSRP and 0% financing. That's crazy.
At Hoblet, our goal is to get you the hard-to-find heavy-duty truck you need at the best price possible. Plus, we have over 600 Rams available.
Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection, and now, unbeatable interest rates. $14,000 total net savings on select new 2026 Ram 2500 Laramie after $9,500 dealer discount and factory incentives. Incentives include $500 on-the-job upfit with eligible upfit, $1,000 Hoblet business owner bonus with proof of business ownership, $1,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance with eligible trade, 0% financing for 60 months on approved credit through SFS, $16.67 per thousand borrowed. 10th is net savings. See dealer for details.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports 1140, your local sports leader. Live from Las Vegas for NBA Summer League, presented by Power Business Technology. Here's Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles.
Yeah, coming to you from the Sack Shack in Vegas. Truth of the matter is, right now, the Kings, they're getting their shrimp imported by the Brooklyn Nets. So we're going to turn our attention to the National Football League for just a moment. Also because we have a very, very special guest, senior NFL editor for ESPN, Jeremy Fowler. Nice stuff to join us. Jeremy, welcome to the show. First things first, if we may, this is only our second day in Vegas on this trip. What's Jeremy Fowler's go-to spot here in Vegas, if you have one?
Oh, boy. It's been a while, honestly. Last time I was in Vegas was for the Super Bowl.
Okay.
I can't say I have a go-to spot. Any good sushi spot is good for me.
All right.
And, a good show. I'm sorry, I'm not the right Vegas guy.
No, not a problem. Alan is a big Raider fan. I don't know if you have heard of this. They apparently have a tour of the Allegiant Stadium. What do you think of the facilities there? Is that something that a Raider fan like Alan might enjoy?
For sure. Yeah, they have a nice setup there. The team facility is awesome, too. It's beautiful. So they got A1 they have A1 products out there. Now they need an A1 product on the field.
Mm-hmm. That's right, Jeremy, and we're hoping that's the case. You know, it's funny you mentioned the last time you were out here was Vegas because that's where we met. We met in Vegas, and I appreciate you hopping on the show a couple years ago, and we appreciate you hopping back on. Now, I also want to say I appreciate you. You know, we've been talking NBA Summer League flagship for the Kings, so it's been all Summer League. But, Jeremy, out of all the NBA segments we did, probably the most polarizing segment was about the NFL yesterday with your article. Was that what you were trying to accomplish? Because you certainly did. And I know you scoured the NFL, talking to scouts and coaches and GMs, but you had a lot of people talking, Jeremy, about the QB breakdowns and the rankings.
Of course. That's what the exercise is for, especially in July when it's the doldrums of the NFL offseason and teams are taking vacation. It gives us something to talk about for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jeremy has a series. You've probably seen it, talking to, as Alan said, executives and scouts and coaches, and they're ranking the top 10 players at various positions. Yesterday was quarterback. Today, linebacker. Jeremy, given that Fred Warner's coming off that injury, were you surprised that he was still named by your panel the top, I think it's top off-ball linebacker?
I was not all surprised. He is in a class of his own. There really isn't enough competition at that position. So, the number 2 is Roquan Smith in Baltimore, who's been a great player, but he's not at the same level as Fred Warner. So there was nobody to really push him. I think Cleveland, Carson Schweschinger eventually could do that. He was the third linebacker, but, Fred, with just the way he sees the field, all that he does, he's just so smart. There's not anybody in his class right now. And he doesn't seem to be slowing down when he's out there just based on a physicality standpoint and the athletic standpoint. It's more about the health.
Jeremy, how would you say everything broke down if you were to roughly put it into a pie chart? Because I think that was part of the fun of our argument, our debate yesterday with the quarterbacks. How much
You're being nice, but you were not happy.
I was not happy with the results, but Jeremy's not part of the results.
Right.
What's the breakdown, or what's the vibe that you got as far as the breakdown from upside to actual statistics and what they've done, or just eye test? How did it feel like the stats, or I guess the ideas, were dispersed?
You mean in relation to Brock Purdy or in a general sense?
Just in general.
So really, the way it works is my criteria is pretty simple. Who are the best players right now? Almost as if you were picking on a playground. It's not a career accomplishment award, or it's not a win total award, or a EPA or any other advanced metric award. It's just who are the best guys. Typically a big metric for me is who's the hardest to game plan against. When you talk to coaches, coordinators, like who gives them the most problems, who's number 1 on the scouting report when you play that team, who can win because of themselves and not just, as a member of the offense, but the driving force. So those are all factors, and it's tough. I mean, the quarterback position's in a really good spot, especially like spots 9 through 15, those guys are almost interchangeable, very close in the voting, and they could all be top 10 quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm. To that very point, Jeremy, how close would you say Brock Purdy is to being viewed around the league as a top 10 quarterback? And also, how important is that? Does that really matter?
Hey, guys.
Yeah. We have you? We lose you?
Hey, sorry about that. I got you.
Okay, no problem. Just ask. Yeah. How close would you say Brock was in the eyes of those around the league, talent evaluators, to being a top 10 quarterback right now?
Yeah, it was close. And look, Brock Purdy's really accomplished. You can make a case for him being top 10. There's no question. It was close. So spots 10 through 13 were really close, and then Brock was 14, but he was also very close. So didn't have enough votes. Really, with Brock, part of the issue is he didn't have a lot of top 5 votes. He had a lot of votes in that 8 to 10 range. But he does certain things better than just about anybody as far as layering the football, throwing with anticipation. He's just excellent. And, of course, he's very smart. So you can make a case that he should be there. For this exercise, he got about 30. He was on about 30% of the voting ballots, which just wasn't quite enough to get over the hump.
Jeremy, how much do you think Kyle Shanahan, to this point, even still with everything that you just laid out, affects how his quarterbacks are viewed because he is such an offensive guru and an offensive genius. We kind of call it, I don't know if you're a Marvel or DC guy, but we talk about the alternate universes where every time someone talks about Brock Purdy, the next conversation is, well, if this quarterback was in San Francisco, they'd throw for 1,000,000 yards. And it feels like he struggles a little bit from that. Where are you on that, and how much Kyle Shanahan does, I guess, bolster up what his quarterbacks can do?
Well, he certainly does help quarterbacks and is quarterback friendly, but that's an area where you can cherry pick a great deal. I mean, the number 3 quarterback on our list is Matthew Stafford, who's got Sean McVay. So very similar, and Stafford doesn't get those criticisms for the most part, and he's got Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. So it's all relative. Brock earns his yards and his touchdowns. Certainly with what Mac Jones did last year, it was a reminder at least that Kyle's going to put his quarterbacks in good positions. He's going to scheme up some easy completions, but it's up to the quarterbacks to read the field and make the plays, and Brock Purdy certainly does that at a high level.
Yeah, it's Jeremy Fowler, nice enough to join us, senior NFL editor at ESPN.com. I was wondering here, I know I saw the list yesterday, but who was the biggest riser among the quarterbacks who were voted into your top 10?
The biggest riser, Matthew Stafford jumped 3 spots.
Mm-hmm.
Who else jumped a good bit? A lot of guys dropped. Caleb Williams was a big jump because he was 10 this year and he wasn't even really on the list last year. So that was a big one.
Yeah.
But that was also one you could expect as a former number 1 pick. So Caleb Williams and Drake May didn't have any traction last year. This year they're 8 and 10. So that created some situation where some guys dropped. And Dak Prescott was a huge riser, actually. I forgot about Dak. He was number 6. Last year he was just he received a few votes, and that was it. He wasn't really in the mix at all. So, Dak put himself in a nice position.
Jeremy, we play the Niners games, of course, and the conversation of Brandon Ayuk, there's just no way to avoid it. Can you give us some thoughts on what is happening there? What are you hearing? I mean, we know what we think it looks like from the outside, but what's been your thoughts on Ayuk and that whole situation, we'll call it?
Yeah, it's hard to speak for him right now because I don't really know what his logic is or what his strategy is, to be honest. I mean, at first my thought was he's just trying to make this as difficult as possible for San Francisco so that they will release him. But the mechanics of the situation yield that the 49ers have no reason to do anything. He's on the left squad list. He doesn't count against the 53-man roster. Right now, they can carry his cap hit, and there are actually some benefits to spreading it out this way, with him staying on the roster if he had, or staying on their left squad list if he had to. And he needs to report to the team in order to be cut, because they won't want him around. So, I don't understand why he doesn't just show up. That's kind of the void in the story that we don't know right now. So, outside of that, he could file a grievance with the NFLPA, but he wouldn't have a legitimate grievance because he won't report and because he left the team. So he's really in no man's land, honestly. And if he somehow gets free and gets cut, then I'd be surprised if somebody signed him right now. Now, maybe he can rehabilitate his image. So it's just sort of a sad situation. And, for as hard as players fight for the right to earn guaranteed money, the 49ers could come and recoup some of that. So you'd like to see Ayuk keep what he has at least at this point, and not make that an issue. And you'd like to see both sides cleanly part ways at some point.
Yeah, fingers crossed on that. Jeremy Fowler from ESPN joining us. 49er fans, of course, looking forward to the opener against the Rams. What can you tell us, Jeremy, about the likelihood that Aaron Donald will be suiting up for the Rams at any point this year?
Well, it feels like the player and the team are leaning into the possibility. I was told he hasn't made a decision yet. He's worked out at the team facility really off and on for the last few years. That's nothing new. And, we'll see what he decides. It could be a situation where he's like a mid-season sniper and comes in at week 8 or week 10. He's also a principled individual, so he wants to make sure that if he comes back that he can be his dominant self, even if it's on less snaps than he used to play. So, it's something that people around the league, and particularly those in the NFC West are following closely here, and hope doesn't happen if you're a rival. So the sight of him next to Myles Garrett, and then the other guys they already have, like Byron Young and Kobe Turner, it's a pretty scary proposition.
Jeremy Fowler, thank you so much. You saved us from having to talk about a Kings difficult defeat today, and we learned a lot about the NFL. So thank you for that. We appreciate it and hope to talk to you again soon.
Anytime, guys. Appreciate you having me.
Jeremy Fowler. He doesn't sound like he knows he's your guy. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Jeremy, we met. That's where we met.
Yeah, I mean, you meet a lot of people.
That's great.
Yeah, you meet a lot of people. And me and Jeremy, we're cool, man. Yeah, we're cool. It was nice to hear from him again.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's nice. Because yesterday, I tried to tell you a million times what the list was based on. They're just looking for the best players. Well, what is it? The players who won Super Bowls or the players who have the best stats?
Yeah, I'm mad at the GMs. I'm mad at the scouts. I'm not, Jeremy, I think he does a bang-up job compiling all that information together, and we appreciate him for it. And he gives everybody content.
Yes, the Kings are not doing a bang-up job right now, Alan. I don't need to tell you that. They're trailing by, 29 right now?
Hold on, Whitey.
Yeah.
Well, during the interview, did you see Danny Wolf? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Actually focusing on the interview. What did I miss?
He was on their heads.
You're sending the Wolf over?
Oh, yes. Dunk, master, flex. And who is this Powell dude?
I don't know. I saw him
Oh, my
too.
goodness. It's just I didn't know Summer League had a dunk contest, Jay. When they start that? I see my boy Zach LaVine. He is raided out. Bo Jackson, Jersey.
That's Drake Powell, by the way.
I like him.
Guard Drake Powell.
Go get him. Come home, Drake. Come home.
He's got 16 today on 5 of 9 shooting, 4 of 7 beyond the arc.
Oh, can you give me his measurables, his age? Can we?
I'll get that for you.
No, I need it. I need it.
The Nets are shooting 51% from the floor, 37% from three, just rounding up. The Kings, meanwhile, are shooting 39.4%. They're 5 of 15 from beyond the arc today, and they have, that's unsightly, 19 turnovers. So
this is a mess. Another turnover
to
from
make
A-Cup.
any excuses for them. They came out today looking like they were just totally unprepared to play this game.
Yeah. Drake Powell's 20 years old. Are you kidding me? 6'5".
Even though it's Summer League, doesn't there have to be some point at which somebody has to say, guys, this is an embarrassment. This is
Who says it, though?
Maybe a player. I would hope one of the coaches does. It'd be great if Darius Acuff did.
Oh, there's a 3. There's a 3.
Yeah. I'm not saying come back and win this one, but just don't get boat raced like that.
Yeah.
Give a little more effort, at least at the defensive end. Emmanuel Sharp is saying that, but he's saying it, I don't know if he's saying it vocally, but he's definitely saying it with his play as he just tied up. Who was it that he
Danny
tied
Wolf?
up? Danny Wolf, yeah.
My guys. That might be my Eastern Conference team. I was with Ramsey last night, so every time you hang out with Ramsey, you get a new team.
Right.
So now I think I'm on the Nets.
The Ramsey rule is you get like 7 or 8.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Right. Michael Brown Jr., 11 points, 5 of 8 from the field, 4 assists. Yeah, he looked good. Mike.
See, this is the thing. As Mikel Brown Jr. walks off the floor, and you can tell he's got his head back. He's satisfied as he should be. And all his teammates, slapping his hand, and coaches, congratulations. That's a great feeling. That's what you want out of Summer League, the feeling that you accomplished something. And the Kings have not, for the most part, have not had that. There's a few players that today can say they played well, but I'm rooting for Darius Acuff at some point. He's got to play at least one more game, I think, after this. Yeah. You want to at least be able to say, okay, I had one good game, and the Kings just huddled up there. Maybe that's exactly what Darius Acuff told them. Was like, guys, we're not this. We're better than this, as they trail currently by 30, and they've given up 10 points to Danny Wolf.
So this wasn't about Acuff not playing again. You were saying Acuff should not play tomorrow regardless.
I don't think he should, but I wouldn't have a problem.
Yeah, you weren't talking about shutting it down, period.
I don't think you should shut it down when he's played so poorly. You want to at least have one game where you can get that kind of, all right, I did something.
Maxime Reynaud just literally gave the ball to the other team.
Yeah. Max has 7 turnovers.
7?
Yes, sir.
How many points does he have?
Max has 3 points, sir. Yeah, you could see, we know Max is second team all-rookie, had a really good first game. He's just not ready to play today.
Yeah, Acuff, nice drive.
Mm-hmm.
And you
maybe it's the jet lag.
Well, I'm just saying,
jet lag.
It's tough playing. You
don't think so, Jay?
Look, man. Danny Wolf for 3. I was going to say, if he made that, I'd have to get up again.
Oh, I'm sending him an embossed invitation to shoot a 3. Here you go, Danny Wolf.
Oh, don't play. Here you go. So what I was going to say was, Whitey, there is a weird dynamic if you're Maxime. You kind of shouldn't be there. I almost want to give him a pass. Now, he's playing terribly.
To a degree, but it's just not a good look.
It's just
not going to matter.
A weird dynamic here.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're just chucking.
The Kings are casting 3s and they're not going in.
Yeah, now they're just chucking.
Mm-hmm.
I tell you what, there was somebody I just saw. They also graduated.
Is that your guy, Danny Wolf?
No, I don't think so.
Barely grazing the bottom of the rim on a 3?
I don't think that was him.
Okay.
But, a couple guys for the Nets, they might graduate out of Summer League after this, huh?
Yeah.
And by the way, like we said, that game we were talking about, the Beverage game, Emmanuel Sharp with a bucket.
Bombs away, another big 3.
If it's not Emmanuel Sharp, you are safe.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you, if there's a saving grace for the Kings today, it's twofold. One, again, for the umpteenth time, I know it's Summer League, but the other is they might be threatening some kind of record for the biggest defeat, but in Summer League,
doesn't matter.
They don't really keep those.
Nope.
So no one would really know. Is this the biggest defeat ever in Summer League?
No, you know what, though, Whitey? It's funny you say that because they definitely would find out because it's the Kings.
Huh.
They definitely would do that research. If it was the Lakers, any other team, but the Kings, they'll say, you know what? Let's do that research.
Mm-hmm.
Let's find StatCast. Let's make sure we find out how bad, because it's always fun to throw up a bad Kings graphic.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's, you're playing 10-minute quarters. We've still got, 3 and change left in the third quarter. They've given up almost 4 minutes left in the third quarter. They've given up 75, and they only have 46. I don't care if it's Summer League. That's not good.
Yeah, it's a bad look. It's a bad look. And if
Jay, if you have a scoreboard, you might as well give a better effort than that. Try to put up more points in the other team, Summer League or not, Alan.
Let's hop in the easy rental. Let's get on over to the easy rental, okay? And get on over to the arena, and Whitey, you got to give them a pep talk. You got the credential. Throw it on.
Mm-hmm.
Here go Caravan.
Yeah. Jay, you just flashed us a 41. That's the biggest defeat in Summer League history. Oh, Alan, what do we got? Is that
No, they're safe. They're safe. I mean, they're not that safe, but
they're down, 29?
Yeah, they're safe.
Yeah. Okay. At this point, I almost want them to lose by that many so that this leaves a mark.
Give me something.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, they're coming back.
Acuff with a step back behind the back.
Yeah.
Bobby
Timeout, Nets.
Yeah, don't let them get hot.
The Kings are responding.
Don't let them get hot.
To my stern words. So, unfortunately, this almost certainly would take the Kings out of contention for any kind of
almost certainly.
Yeah.
Whitey.
Yeah. Hey, it's not over yet, Al.
Whitey.
Yeah.
The 99.9999.
They fall to 1 and 2. That would pretty much close the door on any sort of Summer League playoff.
Well, you fall to 1 and 2 with a terrible point differential.
Yeah.
So you're cooked.
Yeah.
You're cooked. They got to worry about their own dinner gate after this.
So that would mean you play tomorrow evening against Boston. Actually, it's a late afternoon game, right? Then you'd have a game Friday that right now, since it's based on seeding, I mean, you might have the 8 a.m. game.
Yeah, just get it out the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody wants to be there. Just head back to Sacramento, get ready for training camp.
Mm-hmm. Is it unfair? Is it unrealistic? Is it pointless to be a little disappointed and embarrassed by this?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm in the chat right now, and a lot of people aren't happy because it just doesn't look like they are giving effort. And
right.
That's what it turns into. I mean, it's lazy passing, it's bad defense. I mean, the Nets. Anytime you out there subbing dudes out in a summer league, and getting your not even 2 ways, but your summer 10-day contracts, they're getting run. That's a problem. And not because, they don't deserve to play, but it's a problem because you're just not seeing a level. I know I keep saying the word, but you're just not seeing a level of effort that anybody deserves. You don't deserve. You're better than that.
Alex Caravan has made a couple baskets, so that's good. One thing I've noticed, which it could be a little alarming, sometimes when one team it looks like they're not giving effort, it's because the other team is just bigger or better or faster or stronger than them. And I think that was one of the big factors early in this game because the Nets were bigger and they took full advantage of that. So sometimes when you're just physically overmatched, it looks like you're not trying hard, and that's not always the case. It's just that, you just can't match up physically. That'd be a little sobering if that's the case here in the Summer League game, but early on I think that was a factor.
Yeah, and part of it also when you do get started a little bit earlier, I don't want to say overconfidence, but those mini Cali Classics and all that stuff, it's a little bit different because
Kings came into Vegas a little cocky.
I mean, I know that sounds ridiculous, but
maybe they did.
I mean, they that first game was a bit of a battle. They ended up winning. And after that, the Wizards
scoring.
Yeah, Acuff with a nice cut to the basket. Because now what happens is, what do we even do with the rest of the game? If Acuff goes off for 15 to end the game, are you going to feel better, differently? I mean, they're up. The Nets are up 20 plus. As humans, you're just not giving the same level of effort.
Well, Acuff has come along here. He's 6 of 13 floor. He's actually got 19 points today. He's made 2 of 5 threes. So this may be a game where they go, you know what? You had a nice game to end it up. You're done for the summer.
Does it feel like it, though?
He definitely had, so far, one of, at least in Vegas, his very best shooting game.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you're leaning that way. Sometimes you feel like, get him out of there. We don't want him to get hurt.
Yeah.
It also depends on how he feels. If he feels like, finally, I did something, if he's feeling good about it. But we still have, 12 minutes and 24 seconds left in this
come
game.
on now. Come on now. I mean, there was just the Nets just didn't try. Acuff just right to the cup. So that's why I'm saying it's not a facade.
He's got 21.
Oh. This is why Drapes cut up that box score. This is exactly why. Because if you're not watching the game, and everybody can't watch the game, don't get me wrong, but you're not. Come on, Whitey. What are we doing with that? And now you get. That looked like the Kings defense in the first quarter.
There's no help there. Who's number 4? He was there in help position. He made a business decision.
Yeah, he didn't want to get on a highlight reel.
Yeah, so Darius Acuff has started playing much better in the second half, but the Kings getting their peanuts roasted here by peanuts roasted by the Brooklyn Nets. Brendan Nunes is out there. We'll check in with him, see what the vibe is like out at the Thomas and Mack. It's the Drive Guys coming to you from the Sack Shack Summer League, Las Vegas 2026 on Sactown Sports.
Even among the most heated rivals, nothing brings people together quite like a little bit of turbulence.
When someone says, hey, there's an issue with the equipment, I don't feel particularly comfortable. And when they said equipment, I'm sitting on the aisle, and Frankie and I just slowly turn and look at each other, and we almost held hands to say, hey, you know what? Whatever will be, will be.
Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Clear skies tonight. Another warm night with temperatures in the upper 60s to around 70 degrees by Wednesday morning. No cloud cover, and that means another hot day with temperatures up over 100 degrees for your Wednesday afternoon. Get the latest forecasts on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
Oh, the Sacramento heat. Right now, get your AC professionally tuned up for as low as just $59 and enjoy your summer nice and cool. Plumbing, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com. Summer restrictions apply. License 696-355.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team. on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Need your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey, this is Jelly Roll. As many of you know, my song Winning Streak is about my own personal struggles with addiction. I first sought help for my addiction at 14 years old. Start your recovery journey. Choose a proven addiction treatment option that's right for you at ChooseChangeCA.org. The real you is worth recovery. Choose Change California provides access to proven treatment options for addiction to opioids and stimulants. ChooseChangeCA.org. This is your chance to recover your life.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
A good place to buy a new truck would be a place known as Truck Country. Folsom Chevy is Truck Country, and now it makes even more sense. Folsom Chevy is offering 0% financing for 5 years, no payments for 90 days on all new Silverado half-ton trucks in stock, and there's a lifetime warranty. Go to Folsom Chevy at the Folsom Auto Mall, or go to folsomchevy.com. From the mountains to the levee, think Folsom Chevy. Together, let's drive. Must finance with GM on approved credit. $16.67 per 1,000 finance. Cannot be combined with other offers. Ends July 31st, 2026.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 30% with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In celebration of 80 years of 49ers football, Sactown Sports is counting down 80 of the most memorable moments that have shaped the team's storied legacy and winning tradition. Here's today's faithful flashback.
Number 42, hiring Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch.
The pairing of general manager and head coach is critical to any franchise's success. In one fell swoop in February of 2017, the 49ers agreed to deals with both Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. The 6-year deals that they both signed helped start to rebuild this proud franchise. They have produced 5 10-plus win seasons, 3 NFC West crowns, 4 trips to the NFC Championship game, and 2 trips to the Super Bowl. The tandem will continue to chase the ultimate prize and try to bring another Super Bowl title to the Bay Area.
Faithful flashbacks on Sactown Sports 1140.
Live from Las Vegas for NBA Summer League presented by Power Business Technology. Here's Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles.
Yeah, I'm coming to you from the Sack Shack while the Kings are taking on the Brooklyn Nets at the Thomas and Mack. Let's go out there now. Brandon Nunez, that's your roommate now, right?
Roomie.
Why don't you bring him on? Yeah, because that's your roomie.
My roomie, the man, the myth, the legend, Brendan Nunez.
How are you, Brandon?
Good. What is up, fellas? What's up, roomie? We got plenty of good sleep last night. You know, we're doing well out here. Kings, not so much, but we're doing well.
It looks like maybe they played a little better towards the end of the quarter. I know it's not much, but that was an embarrassment, Brendan. And now Acuff started playing better. Looks like maybe they played a little better to save a little face here towards the end of the third quarter. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that their energy started to pick up, right? To be blunt, I thought they were kind of getting punked out here a little bit. I think that Brooklyn, to be fair, has a lot of talent on this team. There's a lot of first-round picks out there, whether they were this year or last year's. Yegor looks phenomenal, and some of these guys adding a lot of defensive pressure. But I thought that Emmanuel Sharp picked up his defensive intensity. He's probably had it most of the game, I would say probably more than anybody. But the Kings lowered the turnovers. That was giving Brooklyn a lot of easy buckets. And then Darius Acuff able to get to the basket a little bit. I think, not getting the greatest shots earlier as a team, and Darius been able to rely on ways he's finding his way to the lanes, but really also going back to that midi that was kind of part of his bread and butter there.
Brendan, as this game is pretty much out of reach, I don't know what to do with how the Kings may play to end this thing. I saw a play where Acuff literally drove to the cup, and the Nets just didn't move. They're up 25, whatever it is. If Acuff ends with some crazy numbers, whatever the case is, how much should we take away from this game at this point based on the fourth quarter and this game being out of hand? I know there's a level of compete and obviously respect and intensity, but if you're the Nets, I don't know if they sub some guys out. What do we take away from the fourth quarter if the numbers look better than how the game actually ended up?
Yeah, I mean, keeping the context of what happened earlier, obviously important, right? But you still do want to see the guys fight, obviously. Everybody talks about, him being a competitor when it comes to Darius, and you want to see that show a little bit. Like, continue to see Emmanuel do the same thing as he jacks up another three here, doesn't get it to go down. Yeah, I mean, I think that you do kind of want to see that, but you got to keep in mind what was going on a little bit earlier. And sometimes there's the context of, again, I think that Darius is getting to that mid-range game a little bit more in that last quarter, getting to the basket. So if there's a difference in how he's doing it while still acknowledging, like you said, Brooklyn's effort level maybe not quite the same, or quite frankly, the guys they have on the floor not the same as what they were dealing with earlier, definitely makes a difference. And yeah, I mean, I'm big on no summer league overreactions, but it is a little curious to me. I wonder a little bit about like the burst and / handle of Acuff. He did just get another little layup here, but it's one of those where when you're dealing with a Brooklyn team that is really tall out here, and you have guys like Yegor guarding you or Dwight Powell, like it's a lot of length, and it's harder to get past those NBA caliber defenders. And I think that's just going to be a little bit of an adjustment.
Brendan Nunes with us from the arena. I would think if you're the Kings, you would not want to shut Acuff down if he hadn't had a good game. I think he's got up to 26 now. I would think if you wanted to, I know that a lot of people are going to sit tomorrow, but if you wanted to say, hey, job well done for the most part, and sit him out for the rest of the Summer League, this might be an opportunity to do that, right, with the way he scored here in the second half?
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if, like, the performance of this game really even matters that much towards it. To me, I'd just be curious if you want to play a guy on a back-to-back in Summer League after, it's a short stint here in general of how many games they're playing. And I would more so, and this is just all, sort of speculation, but wouldn't surprise me if they call it safe on the back-to-back with a lot of these guys. But they're going to have another game. Obviously not going to be competing for the title. That could be Friday, that could be Saturday. Like, to me, if it was up to me, I say you roll him back out there. This is the last time until he's got a good bit, obviously, and regular season training camp comes around the corner. So I would hope that we see him out there one more time, let him get some reps that I think, still feel like they're needed and could be beneficial. But, yeah, tomorrow is the one that I guess feels more questionable. Right. It's back-to-back.
Do you think there was a world, Brendan, where if it did go, I mean, obviously he's playing well. Do you think he was going to finish out Summer League either way?
I mean, if they were competing, if they were winning these games in a championship sort of possibility, where it's like, oh, hey, well, if we win one more, we could be right there, then I feel like you kind of got to roll him out there, right? At that point, let us see him compete and sort of things like that. I think Keegan played a good bit into his rookie Summer League campaign. I mean, AJ's probably a different scenario in my mind, right? Like AJ's just his number 1 overall pick. I feel like that's a little bit different when it's those caliber of dudes. And maybe they value Darius in that way. They're certainly treating him like a franchise centerpiece. So, yeah, maybe a little bit different logic. But to me, the answer would be if they were competing, I think he definitely would be out there. But you got to win every single game. There's only 2 teams that really get a shot at that in this little tournament format.
Brendan, look, there could be some overreactions when it comes to Darius Acuff, who, of course, is new when it comes to the NBA. There's somebody who's been playing for a year now, and I'm curious where you're at as far as the panic button is concerned. Brendan, Nick Clifford looked terrible today. And we've talked about Nick Clifford before. And you have Emmanuel Sharp, who is right there with Nick at that shooting guard kind of hybrid position. Where's your panic meter with Nick Clifford and what exactly he's going to be on this team?
Yeah, I did the whole don't overreact to Summer League thing. I think that applies more to rookies than second-year guys, right? Like when you see Max have a really good second game or first game, this second one also been really tough for Max for what it's worth. Like I don't think Dylan has looked very good out here. And you mentioned Neek as well. Like Neek is the one that I really was like, hey, this should kind of dominate Summer League, right? Ideally, he should have some killer performances, being able to put the ball on the deck, create for himself. I do wonder, like, if Darius wasn't the primary sort of featured guy out here, if we would get to see that a little bit more for Nick. I feel like he has had the ball in his hands a bit, but not an insane amount. Definitely more so some of these other guys, right? So that makes me a little bit curious, but maybe panic's not the right word, but I'll tone it down a little bit and say I do think it's fair to say it was concerning showing for Nick that you wanted him to look like a caliber above a lot of these guys, and I don't think he quite has right now.
Brendan, we appreciate your time. Before we let you go, I think we're obligated to ask you about the ongoing saga of Team Dinnergate. You're under no obligation to answer, and I know you may even be under oath. I don't know the legalities of it, but you were one of the central figures. I mean, Alan has been dealing with slings and arrows from all corners. Is there anything you want to add here as far as our defense of what people are calling Team Dinnergate?
Yeah, I don't know about defense, but I just want to let you guys know I'm getting burgers tonight. J. Ross is not invited, so feel free to come on by.
All right, we're there. Thanks, Brendan.
No problem. I also just saw our buddy Jared. I'm going to say what's up to him out here. So, have a good time, fellas.
We'll see you, Jared.
All right, enjoy the rest of the game. We'll see you in a little bit. Thank you, Brendan.
Sounds good. Later, guys.
Yeah, we'll come back here with a look at something that's scary about the Kings, and we'll get into what Alan is concerned about when it comes to Nick Clifford as we roll on here from the Sack Shack. It's The Drive, guys. Don't go away. Sactown Sports.
Like and subscribe to the Sactown Sports 1140 YouTube channel at Sactown Sports 1140 to get the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Matt and Kayla, and the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on demand and at your fingertips. Get your fix of the Sacramento Kings, 49ers, Giants, Athletics, NFL, NBA, and the latest in sports and entertainment all in one place at Sactown Sports 1140 on YouTube. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Clear skies tonight. Another warm night with temperatures in the upper 60s to around 70 degrees by Wednesday morning. No cloud cover, and that means another hot day with temperatures up over 100 degrees for your Wednesday afternoon. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
Oh, the Sacramento heat. Right now, get your AC professionally tuned up for as low as just $59 and enjoy your summer nice and cool. Plumbing, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com. Summer restrictions apply. License 696-355.
And we're live from the living room as Doug eyes up the matchday spread. He's reaching for the Buffalo wing. Perfect. Hang on, what's this? Oh, he's gone for a can of Pepsi too. Incredible. What a finish. Sensational combination. Look at the delight on his face. There's no doubt about it. It just tastes better. Match days deserve Pepsi. Food deserves Pepsi. Grab a pack of Pepsi Zero Sugar for today's match. It's poetry in motion.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment, and there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. Ready to get 30, 30, ready to get 30, ready to get 20, 20, 20, ready to get 20, 20, ready to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold!
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery. One of the most common questions I receive is, what makes us different from other law firms? At Gingery, Hammer & Associates, we handle your case from beginning to the end. Whether your case reaches a settlement, whether it must go into litigation, or whether it has to go all the way to trial, we will be with you along the entire way. And because we are committed to your case, we are as invested as you are in making sure you get the outcome you deserve.
When you get an injury, just call Gingery.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922. 800-375-2922.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Live from Las Vegas for NBA Summer League, presented by Power Business Technology. Here's Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles.
Kings and Nets tangling, and looked like the Kings made a little run at respectability in the late third quarter, early fourth quarter. Not that they were going to compete in the game, but they had been getting embarrassed. And then Acuff came out, and now the game is getting worse again as the Kings are trailing by 34, Allen, as we approach, I think we're past the halfway mark of the old fourth quarter. So, I mean, that 41-point Summer League record margin that should not be in play, but technically it is if the Kings keep turning the ball over and giving up dunks in transition, which you can't do at this level.
Well, look, I know it's a bad day for the Kings, and I feel bad, Whitey, because you really are shook up by this. You know, this is your Kuminga. This is what it feels like. This is your Kuminga. You might shed a tear, and I can show you how to do it. But on the other side of things, I'm feeling great. We just got a message on the Sac chat.
Okay.
From Keith, the Chief, and he said, Alan, and he said it multiple times, they said on the broadcast, and I quote, the Kings are in a hybrid rebuild.
Really?
Whitey, we have made it to the top I thank you so much.
You have. Good
everybody.
for you.
I just want to say all my
Good
supporters, all my haters, everybody.
Uh-huh.
We love you and we appreciate you. The hybrid rebuild is a real thing. That term was coined here a couple months ago, and it has made it into
tremendous.
the dictionaries, to broadcast. Wow. And now we got it. Those burgers are going to be delicious tonight.
You got something to celebrate.
Oh my goodness. I'm my shoulders feel a little bit bigger. I'm walking a little taller. I mean, this is nice, Whitey.
I think, Alan, to me, that's the universe, and it's a beautiful thing. It's the universe recognizing that you have been treated unfairly today.
Yep. I needed a little something.
You've been called out for things that were not your fault. You've been called out for things that you didn't even do in the first place.
Yep.
And the universe decided, this is a good guy, needs a little something, a little sugar.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I appreciate the basketball gods and everyone that's been a part of it. The hybrid rebuild.
Thing.
Now, look, I don't know. They're stuck right now. I don't know if they're purposely in the hybrid rebuild, and that was always our argument from the beginning, when the lottery changed and all that. But that is how they are being viewed, and the term is now global.
They're down 36 now. They're down 36 with 3:43 left or so.
They're safe. They're safe from the.
Really?
Yeah.
Because that game really tilted back the other way here. Real quick, look at some things that are scary. I know that you're not crazy about bugs. We get and
depends on the bug.
Unfortunately, there are cockroaches all over Sacramento now, and there may be a couple near our station, and Alan's like, "Oh, cockroaches."
No,
and
but those things are. Come on, those things can bench press me.
Yeah, they're. I've seen a couple big ones. Yeah, but here we are in Arizona, and you're out there running around in the backyard, which is basically just kind of a very nice desert design, and you're not worried about scorpions at all. Scorpions are nasty, and they got some big venomous ones here in Las Vegas, and you're not concerned a cockroach. Oh no! There's probably 50 scorpions in our backyard.
There's
right
no
now.
scorpions out here, Whitey.
Including the very dangerous Arizona bark scorpion, which is the most venomous scorpion in North America.
There's no scorpions out
I hope not. I hope you're right. Scorpions are scary. I looked up today, are there scorpions in Las Vegas? And I saw this stuff about scorpions coming, and it's the band. Scorpions are coming.
But let me ask you a question.
But there are scorpions in Vegas.
Because I found out, had a little situation, but I found out that black widows actually aren't as scary as maybe society has led.
As long
you
as you're
to
not
believe.
bitten by it. You don't want to get bitten by
No,
one.
but you be okay.
Okay.
You need to go to the ER, but they'll take care of you.
Yeah.
It's not over.
It's not a good thing.
Right. So I need to know, is that how it is for scorpions? Is it just it's not ideal, but you'll be okay, or
they have a potent neurotoxin causing intense pain, numbness, tingling, and sometimes muscle twitching. So it's generally to be avoided.
Yeah, but here's the thing. There's some bugs that look nasty and some bugs that look cool. It's all about PR, Whitey. Life is about appearances. That's what it is. Scorpions look cool to me.
To me, they're badass. I guess they're cool, but you just don't want to mess with the way they
like cockroaches are. Cockroaches, oh my goodness! But you see a scorpion, what's good? Dap them up. Hey, man,
110 to 78, Alan.
You dap them up, and
another thing that's scary along with scorpions is the idea that maybe Malik Thomas, who's not even on your team, is better than one or two of the players that you drafted, and maybe Neat Clifford not having a good game, and you start to wonder if this means anything for his future here, especially with Emmanuel Sharp playing so well. That to me, that's a little scary too.
Well, here's the other thing: when it comes to the draft, you could have made the argument, Whitey, if you knew that. Now, again, you have to sacrifice Emmanuel Sharp, and everybody is big on Emmanuel Sharp right now. But you could have made the argument, hey, we're going to take two guards and a wing forward. We always knew that was the case. You could have said this, Whitey. You can get two guys from Arkansas, and we know that most people, you like to feel comfortable, right? You could say we could get two guys that are first rounders. I know Malik Thomas didn't go in the first round, but he was a bit fringe first rounder. And what you're also doing is you're making it easier for Acuff to feel a little bit comfortable. You know, they have a rapport together. Obviously, they've worked together. And then you get your wing when you get your wing. Now, does that mean you don't get Caravan? I'm not sure. I know it might be a little bit of a reach, but I do think that stuff can matter. And you know what it would have started? Not that you would have got a bunch of Arkansas players. Going back to my 9-1 Knicks, obviously all of them went to Villanova together. So that could have been another.
I don't like that, Alan. That may be true, but I don't like it. Suggesting that other Kings should have taken Malik Thomas because it would have made Acuff more comfortable.
No, I'm not saying that's the reason. I'm saying it's an added bonus.
Mm-hmm.
That's
kind
all.
of a fringe benefit.
That's all. Well, you're the one who brought it up, so I don't even know. What are you saying then?
What I'm saying is it would not be.
You're
great.
trying to pin them against each other, and I don't know why you're trying to do that. They're former teammates.
Yes, I know they're former teammates. I'm saying to see how well Malik Thomas, how well he's playing here in Summer League. Maybe it's not Scorpion scary. Maybe it's not scary. It just makes me a little uncomfortable. And the Nick Clifford, the way he played today, his Kings are down, 110-78. And it's been a rough game. But we had talked about that yesterday. And I think you even said, hey, Whitey, that's an interesting point. Because Nick had been playing pretty well, but I was hoping that in one of the final Summer League games here, and he'll still have an opportunity, hopefully, that maybe he'd have a bust-out game. And he just, like most of the Kings today, not all of them, but like most of them, he just was a non-factor today.
And here's the other thing, and I know I've given him a break for a while, but not only are you a second-year guy in Summer League, you are not a young second-year guy. And I'm just saying it's the truth. He's 24 years old. So this is a problem. This is a problem. And you have guys, whether it's Emmanuel Sharp or some of these other players, you could make the argument if they play tomorrow, Emmanuel Sharp would be ahead of Nick Clifford in the rotation. I'd make that argument right now.
I will say, you're going to make that argument right now?
I would make that argument right now.
I will say this. The Kings in the first half was dreadful. Now they're to the point, even though they're getting, mollywopped, I think there are a couple of things, given that it's Summer League, that you can look at and say, that was a positive. Acuff had his best shooting game in Vegas with 26 points. Emmanuel Sharp, definitely a positive. Dylan Cardwell played very well again in some limited minutes, only 20 minutes. So that's not a ton, but given that the Kings were just dominated early on physically, I think now you can look at a couple of things and say, yeah, we got some things done today. And I know that's looking through the purple-colored glasses, but I think they did enough to salvage this game.
Absolutely not.
From a Summer League standpoint.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, I'll give you Emmanuel Sharp, but he'd been playing well anyway.
Yeah, you won't give me Nick Clifford.
No.
Darius Acuff today, 9-18 with 26.
I'm struggling with that one. I really am. I'm struggling with that one because of when the buckets came and how they came. And I understand that not all of them showed up at the end of the game, but I'm struggling with that one. Michael was out. And it's almost as if you're Michael Brown Jr. I don't know what he finished at. He's saying, yeah, keep your little 26.
He had 16 on 6 of 11 floor, 2 of 5 beyond the arc.
Who had a better game?
Oh, Michael Brown had a much better
I'm
game.
just double checking.
Hyper efficient.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He looked good, and he had that swagger about him. I don't know. I'm just not seeing the swagger that we saw early on in game one. I think there are going to be some adjustments. And, it's funny. A lot of times we say certain things, just the basketball world, but then you don't want to believe it. And something that we've talked about before is the learning curve for guards. It happens. And we say that time and time again. Then all of a sudden, when you draft a guard or whatever it is, it's not that you forget it, but you don't necessarily want to believe it. We'll have the guy that's going to be ready to go immediately. And that a lot of times that isn't the case. And you try to talk yourself into it, and it's human nature. But this was always going to be a process. And I thought Brendan did a great job when we had him on yesterday, just saying, this is not going – now the optimism that we felt and, the concourse quest, and we're still going to talk to more people throughout the week, but that optimism, you're getting slapped with a little bit of reality right now.
Yeah, we talked about that after the last game.
That's right.
And they got even harder slap of reality.
Well, I was going to say, if you got slapped last time, you got A-Town stomp this time, B-Town stomp.
Tomorrow it doesn't look like all the Kings will play, so no matter what happens, it's like, well, you want to see the guys who are going to play more, how they do. So you should have one more shot at that on Friday, and then maybe, Friday or Saturday. How important is it for the Kings, based on the way they've looked today, to play well in that next game that hasn't been scheduled yet? We'll take a look at that here. Drive Guys from the Sack Shack as we roll on from Summer League on Sactown Sports.
The top young talent is on display at NBA Summer League, and Sactown Sports has boots on the ground. Join Jason Ross, Whitey Gleason, and Alan Stiles as they broadcast live from Las Vegas, presented by Power Business Technology. And stay locked into SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports YouTube channel for the latest on every game, every practice, and all things Kings this summer. Power Business Technology, copiers and printers for your office needs.
Your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Congratulations, New York. The Knicks did it. Through battle after battle, they dominated to become this year's NBA champions. Day in and day out, the hard work paid off, and you were there every step of the way. Enjoy the crown. Own it, because this year is your year. A part of your legacy that will never be forgotten. So celebrate this moment, show your pride, and shop the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Everyone loves to be outside, and so do mosquitoes. Protect yourself against mosquitoes and West Nile virus by following these simple tips. At least once a week, look around your yard and drain stagnant water from any containers where mosquitoes can breed. Remember to use an effective mosquito repellent, especially at dawn and dusk when mosquitoes are most active. Close all doors and be sure screens are in good working condition. At the Mosquito and Vector Control District, we're here to help. Visit us at fightthebite.net.
Hey, what's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. I've heard you're extending the 4th of July sales event because the deals were just so good.
They were the best deals of the year, and we wanted to keep the savings going. Right now, you can save up to $17,000 off MSRP on new 2026 Ram 1500 crew cabs.
America loves Ram trucks, but what about my perfect truck?
We have you covered at Hoblet. We are truck people, so you won't find a better selection of new Rams with the features that matter anywhere. Plus, with almost 600 new Rams available, your Ram is waiting at Hoblet. Just one of the reasons Hoblet is consistently one of the top Ram dealers, not just in California, but the entire nation.
Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period. 17,000 total net savings after 4162 dealer discount and 11,338 factory incentive. Incentives may include 15% below MSRP incentive, 1,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance with eligible trade, and 500 military bonus or first responder bonus for eligible members. 10th net savings, sample VIN 390660. See dealer for details.
Country in the Park 2, presented by your California Army National Guard, October 23rd at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Russell Dickerson, plus more. Enjoy line dancing, live DJs, mechanical bull, and food trucks. Tickets start at just $70. Country in the Park 2, October 23rd at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra, the California Office of Traffic Safety, and Caltrans. More info at CITPFest.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports 1140, your local sports leader.
Live from Las Vegas for NBA Summer League presented by Power Business Technology. Here's Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles.
It's final from the Thomas and Mack today. The Nets defeating the Kings 115-83. As we mentioned, we've got Frankie and Chris and Brendan out there at the arena. So we should be able to bring you some of the Kings post-game comments here as we roll on here for our final hour of the show today. But Alan, you and I were just talking about, it kind of leaves that bad taste in your mouth. Assuming that the Kings don't put their best foot forward tomorrow with their best players, which is expected. They're not expected to play everybody tomorrow. How important is it after this game to, in your last game, Friday or Saturday, to go out there and really have a solid effort that everybody can feel good about?
Yeah, I mean, there really would be no excuses because you would assume whoever they face would be a team similar to them, maybe a team that has a really good big league squad, NBA squad, so they haven't drafted very high, or, a team that's just kind of struggled a little bit, the Wizards of the world, the Nets of the world. I would assume they're not facing teams that have a bunch of stacked up first-round picks over the last couple years. The Jazz, I wouldn't imagine they're facing any of those teams. I don't think.
Yeah. Now, you know that the company line would be, and this is the nature of pro sports, company line would be, hey, Darius Acuff, 26 points. We feel good about that. We will probably hear some form of that in the postgame here, depending on who we hear from. But you're not necessarily buying that, huh? I mean, not that it's a bad thing, but you're not ready to put a little rainbow or happy face on that.
No, not at all. I mean, it's how it happened, Whitey, and they just interviewed Michael Brown Jr. He gets the post-game interview. There should have been just a level of urgency here, again, relatively speaking, to Summer League, and we just didn't have it. Just did not have it.
Yeah, when you're coming out and you're talking, as Scott Perry's been talking about, we want to be the hardest working team and we want to be physical and we want teams to feel us. We've heard that going back to last year, and you come out today and just get shoved around from the opening tip. Summer League or not, that ain't good.
Well, and I'll say this. There's somebody probably out there, hey, they had the Cali Classic. Maybe the conversation is that they're more tired than some of the other teams. Hold on. Problem with that is Nets were at the Cali Classic too. If there was a team that wasn't at the Cali Classic, we'd have something. But the Nets, and they had to travel across the nation, across the country.
Yeah.
So they got to
brave the Scorpions.
And
Scorpions.
That's right. And they got to juke out the Scorpions, try to avoid them. So there are truly no. And if you wanted to, they all talk, not just the Kings, but all these teams. Oh, we want to win the championship. We care about this. We care about that. The other part of it is they knew that they needed this game because of how that Whitey. I know they made it respectable. How about this? I know they made it respectable, but they kind of got smacked by the Wizards. They not like this.
No, you're right.
That's two bad games in a row. Those
Yeah.
are two essentially non-competitive games in a row.
I don't know if you can have a bright spot when you lose 115-83, but if there's a spot that's not as dismal as the other spots, clearly it would be Emmanuel Sharp today with 23 points, and he was 6'11 beyond the arc. And here's a player that didn't get dragged down by the way his team stumbled around early in the game, and if anything helped to elevate them a little bit. It wasn't enough, but he was above this whatever it was, this fatigue, this malaise that dragged the Kings down today. And for what it's worth, that's a good sign.
Yeah, and he's looking at the rest of the team saying, I don't know what y'all are on, but I'm trying to get some minutes in. I'm trying to get some minutes in a couple months here.
Yeah, and you know the Acuff supporters are going to be saying, what's wrong with Allen? What more can he do today? He scored 26. People wanted him to shoot the ball better. He shot the ball better today. Boy, some of these people, like Alan Stiles, you just can't please them.
Maybe not. But, to me, and he 2 for 6 from 3, I need a breakdown. When like 9 of 18, and maybe Whitey, the game got out of hand pretty early. So, how I always look at this is, well, how many points did you score while it mattered?
Well, that's fair. And he was one of the ones. I think he was one of the reasons the Kings get off that slow start. Brooklyn just shut him down, thereby shutting down the rest of the Kings offense.
Yeah,
you're right.
You don't want to be a part of that Chris Paul meme. Chris Paul, big three, cuts the lead to 47, or cuts the deficit to 47. You don't want to be a part of that. And I saw somebody, Whitey. I just wanted to address this.
Yeah, please.
This is from My Name is Dej or Dej on the YouTube.
My name is.
Yeah, thank you, Eminem. And I don't know if Dej was talking to us or to the rest of the chatters in there.
Okay.
Because some people were doomsdaying a little bit.
Yeah.
Says it's way too early to be this negative. It's summer league, guys. Look, here's the thing, and we deal with this all the time. And we love rocking. We are always going to rock with y'all for 4 hours. But it's different to have those. As a fan, you can do whatever you want. You can fan how you want to fan. But some of us have to compartmentalize what it is. You can still feel as if it is early, but still be disappointed and still break down a game.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean that today they were bad. That doesn't mean that we think Acuff is a bust. That doesn't mean that we think that Caravan is a bust. That doesn't mean that we think any of these guys aren't going to be good players. But you still, when we're talking about the game, we can't just sit here and say, well, it's early.
Yeah.
All right, let's get out of here.
It's just Summer League.
Right.
But the thing is, Summer League, but the Kings were no-shows in some of the categories that they say they're focusing on now. They're basing this hybrid rebuild on, like being physical and being the hardest working team. They got shoved around, and that's very discouraging. I'm not saying, well, they're not going to win more than 8 games this year, but I'm just saying to see that after everything that they have been talking about and starting to establish, it's discouraging to say the least, and I will not apologize for that.
No. And the problem is, once a game gets out of hand, it's hard to evaluate. That's what I struggle with. And
That's fair. You said that about the season.
I literally was about to say that. See, me and you on the same page. Because that's just how I feel. Now, on its face, is it nice to see the ball go in the basket for Acuff? Yes. But I would have to say, too, Whitey, early on, against those bigger defenders, those bigger guards, they did struggle. And really, the Nets, those are the types of teams where you look at the Atlanta Hawks, where everybody is above 6'5", besides the point guard or whatever it is. Those are the types of teams that are being built. And it's pretty scary to have a guy. Now, I know Jalen Brunson this, Jalen Brunson that. Well, he's got to show us that he can score on these guys. And I know Kristen Peak said she's not worried about the offense. We just got to see it. I know he scored today, but when they are checking you and when they are trying to take you out of the game, when they are trying to Jalen Brunson, who is number one when the Knicks suit up for a game, who is number one on the scouting report for the other team? Jalen Brunson. You have to be able to score when you are number one on the scouting report.
The bad news here, there's one number here for the Kings that's really bad news. It's also good news because when you look at how do we avoid this, what happened, what do we need to work on, clearly this is it. How many turnovers? Have you seen this number? I just looked at it as you were talking, and I had to check it like 3 times. Okay. Am I looking at the wrong category? How many turnovers for the Kings today?
Well,
remember, it's only 10-minute quarters.
Yeah, Maxime had 7 by himself. I don't know. I mean, are we, 17?
Caravan had 2. Maxime had 7. Dylan Cardwell 1. 3 for Neek. 5 for Acuff. 5 for Sharp. Let's see, 1 for Locken. Yeah, 1 for Delorso. It was 28 turnovers.
28.
28. We'll get back to that. Right now, we'll go out to the Thomas and Mack. Dylan Cardwell is addressing the media.
Great game by the Nets, but we were just soft. We didn't play to our identity. Yeah, we're just soft.
How hard is that swamp? I mean, it's
terrible.
I think it's
Like, trying to build something for next year, getting punked. Can't let it happen again. It's terrible.
I remember obviously these words that you had said, getting punked and have this. Do you attribute it to anything? Is it just kind of contagious when turnovers start happening the way they were?
Definitely, someone has to step up, and that's on me. It starts with me. Starts with Nick, starts with Max, starts with the second-year guys that want to change this team, want to change the organization. It's on us. It's not like coaches. It's not on the front office. It's on the guys on the court. So the game gets sloppy like that. One of us has to step up, and none of us did today. It's a learning experience. We have a game tomorrow, and so I'm excited for that opportunity.
Is stepping up kind of defined as just putting guys on their back and kind of willing you guys, or is there kind of a singular moment that it would almost represent a little bit different. Where
we don't know what it is yet. We just know it was giving more effort to the other team. And we didn't have those plays consecutively. We had plays where a man would dive on the ground, guys would show effort, but it didn't stack. We couldn't stack those plays, and so we got to be better.
You said you guys didn't play to your identity. What is that identity that you're trying to play?
And being tough, physical, competitive. We didn't play to that at all. We got punked.
Talking about wanting to sort of be the leader and rebounding that. What does that look like? I guess what do you feel like you could have done differently?
Been more physical, for sure. Simple as that.
What would you think of Emmanuel when you talk about it? I believe he was kind of one of the more physical guys out there.
Love him to death. Like, he didn't back down. We need more guys like that. We need more guys like that. It's like, regardless of the score, we go out there and fight. We can't keep losing the physical fight. It's 2 games in a row where we lost the physical fight, and at some point we got to fight back.
Obviously, you guys played this team before and didn't go your way tonight, but do you appreciate sort of that, like a little bit of chippiness between these teams out there?
Yeah, we got to respond better. Like, I think that's played today is how we need to play for 40 minutes, and we have yet to do that 40 minutes, and so, like I said, we're gonna be better.
Good. Thank you for the best guys.
Thank you. Yes, Dylan Cardwell. Everything that we've been saying. We can't get punked like that. We're trying to establish an identity, being physical. We can't let that happen. We have to step up.
It's on the second-year guys.
And that was coming from his heart. He wasn't just, sometimes players, and I know who you're thinking of, it doesn't matter. Or
No, I was not. He was not on my mind today.
But I appreciate that.
Yes.
Yeah.
He said second-year guys. That's on me.
Uh-huh.
That's on me. That's on Neek. That's on Maxime. That's what they said. He also said, tomorrow we have another opportunity. I don't know where they're at with Dylan Cardwell, but it would be interesting to me to separate, right? And obviously undrafted guy, but to separate Whitey, to come off a game like that and to say, hey guys, we just had, now Dylan doesn't make those type of executive decisions, of course, but hey, well, Dylan, you can play, because Dylan, he's going to get minutes, and I think it's important for him to stay healthy. We only talk about A-Cup and the draft picks, but, if Dylan is saying, I'm going to be out there tomorrow, I do wonder what happens there just because it was so bad of a game, and he kept saying a lot of the same things. It feels like they're trying to inject that new blood, and I think that Dylan took it personally because he knows once training camp starts, the hierarchy, like we talked about, and the dynamics are different. You have the vets, so he can't necessarily be, this is his opportunity to show that he can be that leader, and it didn't happen today. And not only did it not happen, it wasn't close. So that's why I think he's taking it so personally, because he only has so many opportunities like this, because we know right now when you come back to Sacramento, you're not the second year guy. It's a different vibe when you're back with the big club.
Yeah, I just appreciate the fact that he owned it, and it's not the front office's fault of the coaches, and as a second year, he's taken responsibility for it. I hope he does play tomorrow. I would understand if he doesn't. It's not like anybody really, oh, man, they played their behind off today. We can't have them play a back-to-back.
Yeah.
But I hope he does play tomorrow because it's important. If you care about showing that today was the anomaly, then he's the guy I want on the floor.
It's interesting because, the double digit, I'm just looking here at the minutes, and A-Cup did play possibly the most minutes, so it's tough.
Yeah.
It is tough.
He played 26, and we only have it's a 40-minute game. Let's see. Emmanuel Sharp is going to come up next year, so we'll be joining him when he talks with the media. But, Alan, before we went to Dylan Cardwell, I was touching him upon the fact that the Kings had 28 turnovers, and Sean Cunningham from KCRA asked Dylan the question about the turnovers. Things started snowballing. That is an incredible number for a 40-minute game.
Yeah. I mean, and some of them, it was just – some of them were bad reads. You had all types of turnovers, Whitey. You had lackadaisical turnovers. You had that was a bad read. You had, hey, you just got to be quicker there, but it's the right read. Any type of turnover, right? Apple turnovers, cherry turnovers, peach turnovers, all of them. That the Kings had an array of turnovers today.
Yeah, they had more turnovers than LeBou. I mean, come on. That's a lot. Do you know Lebu? You don't know Lebu?
No, yeah.
It's a bakery place. Yeah.
I love Lebu.
Oh, you do know. Okay.
That's right.
All
Chocolate turnover.
They were all of them available tonight. A wide assortment in the Kings.
Freshly
case.
baked.
Yes.
Freshly baked.
Yes. So Alex Caravan, by the way, he, I think, is going to speak at some point here. Emmanuel Sharp is next. Caravan did make 2 shots today, but Emmanuel Sharp, one of the bright spots of the day with 23 points. Let's go to him now at the
just
Thomas
an impressive
Mack.
game overall. Obviously not the result. It's a team you guys brought, but if you could maybe speak to just how you're feeling out there, your development so far with the Kings this year.
Good. I think I'm just getting, more comfortable the more we play. The team's still trying to get on the same page, but, I'm trying to do what I can to help them, whether that's, be vocal, try to get them energy, be trying to be that spark off the bench, just trying to do whatever I can to help.
What was some of the post-game messaging like interactions for the guys in there?
We got to be better.
Where do you kind of see that? Is it physicality or?
Yeah, I think it's physicality. I think we came out soft these past two games. So I think that's where it kind of starts. We kind of are losing the game in the first quarter, and then we're having to play catch up the rest of the game. So we're shooting ourselves in the foot.
Chris said he didn't watch it as close, just kind of wanted to wear it on you a bit. Get to play quickly tomorrow and kind of, don't have to dwell on it, but how much are you looking forward to that? Maybe getting past what happened today.
Yeah, it's another opportunity. I think that's the big difference between college basketball and the NBA. It's quicker turnarounds. You got, another chance to redeem yourself, so you can't dwell on it too much. But I hate losing, so, it just sucks. But, we got to get better. It's not the end of the world, but, there are signs. It's telling us what we need to work on and what we need to be better at. So we're going to watch film and improve.
Those turnovers are kind of contagious?
I don't think it's contagious. I think it kind of just speaks to the whole mentality of how we came out. We had, I think, 10 turnovers in the first quarter. So that's us. We got to clean it up.
Is there some part of your game that you were trying to work on throughout these first few games that you feel like has come to life, and then maybe something that you're trying to improve?
No, I'm just playing my game. I'm not really trying to work on anything or trying to do, certain things. I'm just playing defense and giving energy.
Just really made of just this experience. Going from
This is
something like
Emmanuel
California
Sharp
Classic,
post-game
having the
comments
benefit
today.
that a
Emmanuel
lot
Sharp,
of teams
Kings
can learn
defeated
everybody
by the
a
Nets
little bit more,
115 to
and
83.
you're kind of
Sharp
midway through
had
it now.
23 points.
Yeah, it's just getting a lot of different looks from different teams. So I'm kind of just, seeing how everything works, the reffing, what works, what doesn't work, how some of these teams are playing us, the physicality, kind of just taking bits and pieces from every game and learning.
I'm curious, you've always been known as like an intense player, someone who can bring it on both ends of the floor. Do you try to do anything different than what you did in college on that end, especially the way the physicality is here? Do you try to step that up?
Nah, I'm gonna do exactly what got me here. I think that's where some guys go wrong, is that they get to this level and then they try to do something different. Who I am as a player is what got me here. So I'm gonna, continue to do that and just improve on, who I already am as a player.
What do you think of sort of the style of basketball? Less, I guess, style, not like how you guys are playing, but the difference from, teams that are kind of thrown together fairly quickly here in Summer League and how chaotic it can be compared to what you were dealing with in college.
Yeah, it is different, but it's more or less the same thing. We got to have the same principles. We all got to play hard. We got to play together, and we got to, enjoy it and listen to what game plan coach has put out for us. Because, this is basketball at the end of the day. I think college was just more organized with the roster, but nonetheless, it's all the same. We all got to go out there and compete together. We practiced before we came here, so we have. It's not like this is a brand new team. We've played with each other a little bit, and we're used to each other by now. So I think it's just about executing and just bringing it every day.
Not being that locker room. What was the mood in there? I can't imagine y'all were happy, but big picture kind of things for you guys. It's only your second loss. This one obviously hurt a lot. Just how do you kind of describe what that was like after?
Nobody's happy. We just lost by 30. So we know we got to be better. We're taking CD's coaching well, and we're just trying to improve game to game.
This might be the wrong time to ask this. You guys are so focused on winning and your competitors, but what has it been like to just bond with your teammates kind of off the court?
Good. We're getting more comfortable day by day, and I think that's just going to, get even better, the more time we spend with each other. So that's good to be around this group of guys. They're all great guys. I love being around them. We just got to put the pieces together on the court.
Looking forward to tomorrow if you and Chris are both out there.
Yeah, facts. I might check him in the ribs a couple times, but yeah, it'll be good to compete against him and Los.
You won't do it to you.
I hope not, but it's friendly competition. Once we're all cool, but once we get in between them lines, we're trying to kill each other.
I appreciate you. Sorry if you're going to ask this, but just having everyone from Houston here, just around here, I know that.
Again, this is Emmanuel Sharp post-game comments.
What does that mean?
Nets over the Kings, 150 to 80.
It means a lot. It brings me so much joy watching them play, watching them succeed. The other day when Chris hit that game winner or the game tying shot, the pass was from Milos. So just, seeing them two playing together, having fun, succeeding, and then, watching Kingston do his thing with the Hawks. It means a lot. And then I was just watching Malik Wilson playing on the Sixers. So just seeing the whole, Cougar players, all the Cougar players here, it shows to, Coach Sampson and what they have going on over there. And, they produce NBA talent. And, everybody's succeeding here. So it means a lot.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
So, Emmanuel Sharp voicing many of the same things that Dylan Cardwell did, perhaps a little less emphatically because he's not really leader of this team yet, but man, he has a lot of poise.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not surprising coming from Houston, the type of character of players that they're able to produce and put out there, just like he said, to the NBA and beyond. So, yeah, I mean, they know what they did wrong. It's just a matter of fixing it, right? Because it's almost as if last game, could you even make the argument, Whitey? It's almost as if last game there's a little bit of, hey, it's the Bonsa, hey, the Wizards, they're again a team with a lot of former first-round picks. It's a little bit different. We're on a different page, almost as if they gave themselves a break. And I'm not saying, obviously, I don't know that, but those are the way when you come up with excuses, that's how it happens again, right?
Yeah.
It feels like they didn't lose by 30, but it feels like they were not it didn't come off as such a slap in the face last game. It's DeBonsa. Will Riley is a second year guy.
But then back to back, and it's like, whoa.
Okay, this is a problem.
You pointed that out, as Dylan Cardwell said, as Emmanuel Sharp said. That's 2 games in a row we come out that way.
Right, and they have the Nets have, I guess, a quote unquote top pick in Michael Brown Jr., but not a top 4, not part of the big 4. Some players that they drafted last season that people are high on, but nobody is saying they're the next X, Y, or Z. So I think today they maybe got caught again feeling as if, oh, we'll be okay. Last game was not real, as if it didn't count the same way. They didn't feel enough embarrassment, it feels like, after the
Well, the discouraging thing is teams now are coming in with a blueprint, and they're just dominating the Kings early. And I know the Nets, they have size, and they have a lot of good young players, especially at Summer League. Some of these guys are first-round picks, really good Summer League players, but just the way they came in today, as if, they just knew they were going to dominate and the Kings getting shoved around to that degree 2 games in a row. That's a little – I know it's Summer League, but that's a little, at least mildly concerning.
Yes, I would definitely say so. Now, when you would be playing baseball, Whitey, you say, hey, never twice when someone picks over, okay? Now, you never really knew what to say if they picked over 2 times again. We just came up with never thrice. So never thrice for the Kings, hopefully tomorrow. No matter who's on the court, we know you're going to have to peel Dylan off the court. He wants to play tomorrow. So hopefully it's just a better showing.
Yeah, we'll have more sound for you coming up from Summer League. Also, what's cooking? Alan Stiles is cooking because one of his terms went national today. More on that from Summer League and the Sack Shack. Drive, guys, don't go away. Sactown Sports.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Hey, this is Jelly Roll. As many of you know, my song Winning Streak is about my own personal struggles with addiction. I first sought help for my addiction at 14 years old. Start your recovery journey. Choose a proven addiction treatment option that's right for you at ChooseChangeCA.org. The real you is worth recovering. Choose Change California provides access to proven treatment options for addiction to opioids and stimulants. ChooseChangeCA.org. This is your chance to recover your life.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave, and yeah, I've been on the air here just shy of 25 years, and you guys know that when I endorse something, I have a few very important things. Number 1, I love it when they're local. Number 2, I have to be willing to use them myself. This is where Pest Pros came in, or comes in, I should say, because I've known these guys as Kings fans a long, long time. I also have a mouse problem at my house. I also have a cockroach problem at my house. And I did it the old-fashioned way. Went through Facebook, got a hold of these guys. We became friends. And when I found out what Pest Pros does in the community, I thought, I've got to have you guys on the air. We've got a partner. Locally owned, locally operated. Their kids go to school with your kids. You're going to get pest control somewhere. Get it with Pest Pros. Here's how you get a hold of them. PestProsPS.com or call them at 916-588-9345. That's 916-588-9345 and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Live from Las Vegas for NBA Summer League presented by Power Business Technology. Here's Whitey Gleason and Alan Stiles.
Groove dealers.
It's the Drive Guys coming to you from the Sack Shack. Oh, man. And the Sack got smacked today, Alan.
Yeah, it wasn't great. Wasn't great. And, those are those weird ones where, yeah, Dylan said the same thing, and I don't really blame him for it. But it's one of those situations where it just turns into, what do you take away from that? I think that's the toughest part. If hey, well, they did X, Y, or Z, and this is where we countered. No, we just didn't show up. So I don't know how much they can take from it, which is honestly the most disappointing part of it, I would say, because you only have a certain amount of games. You want to take something away from every single game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. By the way, we've been talking a lot about Nick Clifford today. Nick Clifford can be heard in an exclusive with Jason Ross tomorrow, so you don't want to miss that. I guess Nick said, I ain't going on with Styles, but I'll go on with I don't know. I mean, maybe.
It's just timing, just timing how it worked out. Neek is my guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure Jay Ross is going to cook up a great interview, and I can't wait to listen to it.
Yeah, speaking of what's cooking or cooking up, this is typically our What's Cooking segment, and Alan Styles is cooking today. And I know that he was under fire today. There were those who tried to put him on the grill today, and he managed to just pull himself off of that, and he faced all the unfair and unwarranted charges, and then ended up, maybe you saw the game, and one of the terms that he invented was actually used by the national announcers today. So you basically have introduced a term into the basketball lexicon, and I applaud you.
Well, it's funny, too, because our guy who told us, I think his name was Keith the Chief, I believe.
That's nice of him.
I have not seen him in the chat again. So I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure he was busy, right?
Yes.
Busy, heard it and said, I got to tell Styles this.
Awesome.
And then went back to work. So, Keith, we appreciate you. We're national, baby. Hey, first local, then national.
And what is the term, Alan, for those who's joining us? What is the term?
Well, it's the hybrid rebuild.
There you go.
And I'll tell you this much. To go from being antagonized, ridiculed, Alan, this hybrid rebuild that you keep talking about, blah, 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 blah. And Jay has always told us, you never know who's watching. You never know who's listening. Somebody grabbed that and said, you know what? This dude is onto something here. And that's exactly what some of these teams are having to come up with.
Keith the Chief, did they mention Allen? Did they give him credit?
No, well, they probably did. Hey, out there in Sacramento,
right?
We got a guy.
Jeremy Fowler's good friend.
Yes, Jeremy Fowler's BFF. He's been around. So it's just a culmination of hard work. And when they tell you can't do something, when someone tells you
it's inspirational.
And if there are any kids listening. Right, any kids listening, driving around with your parents, kids can be tough. High school, middle school, grade school, whatever it is.
Right.
When someone says, hey, that's stupid, you know what I mean? Or they try to say, hey, your idea doesn't make any sense. If you truly believe in something and you stick to your guns, maybe you also will be mentioned on a national broadcast.
Well, how about the nuts and bolts of it? Are the Kings in a hybrid rebuild? Have they been forced into that corner by lottery reform?
I think there are two reasons they have been forced. One is lottery reform. One is bad contracts. And those are the two reasons why they don't want to be in one. And that was always my argument. I know you would always ask me, do you, or not just you, I know Matt George as well, do you want the hybrid rebuild? Guys, it's not about what I want. It's about what it is. It's about what's happening. And until they move on. Now, here's the funniest thing, Whitey. It could end next season. I think it could end next season because you would have DeAndre Hunter off the books, Zach LaVine off the books, Malik would have one more year, Domantas Sabonis would have one more year. So those are much more tradable contracts. So at that point in time, you might be saying, no, they're just fully in a rebuild. And I think we were going back and forth with, it was either just you and I or Jay was in it too, the idea of tanking isn't done. It just looks different. So once those guys are gone, you're even in the relegation, you lose one ping pong ball. Doesn't mean you're not going to get a draft pick. Your odds just change. So if Scott Perry says, we just need young talent. Our guys aren't good where we need, not to say A-Cup isn't, but we need multiple dudes. Every team does.
Well, tanking may not be over, but there is no reason to tank like there was. You just don't there's not the benefit of tanking. Whereas before you tank, your odds of getting a top 3 pick are great. Now the odds are you're better off just trying to be in that middle ground. But for those of us who can only aspire to be to your level.
That's right.
If you could, I know this is child's play for you, and this is pretty basic stuff, but what actually constitutes a hybrid rebuild?
A hybrid rebuild is when you have vets that are considered, doesn't have to be all-stars, but when you have solid vets that are part of your organization.
Domantas Sabonis, for example?
Yes.
Zach LaVine?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Players like that that you would maybe, it doesn't necessarily matter whether you want to move off of them or not, but they're on your roster, but you have some young talent that you are trying to infuse into the team, and the young talent is getting legitimate minutes. So that's what it is. You have vets, a couple vets. If you look at a 9-man rotation, I would say, or maybe more than that for the Kings, about a 10-man rotation, you would have at least, 6 vets getting legitimate time, maybe 7, and then 3 to 4 young players under 25 that are getting legitimate time.
Okay, so basically one Nike in each camp. Like, we want to try to win games now while we're rebuilding, as opposed to the full-on rebuild, the full-scale rebuild, which is tear it all down and take however long it takes to bring in new young talent, and hopefully a bright young superstar, and then make your way from there.
I think you could also classify it as letting things end organically. I feel like when a team is really trying to go into a rebuild, maybe they would have moved Domantas Sabonis for pennies on the dollar, or hey, we got to get off of Zach LaVine, even though there's only 1 year. It's just not a rush in the same way either.
Yeah. Apparently, as Brent Barry used the hybrid rebuild, talking about the Kings on the broadcast, and this is, I mean, one of your arch nemesis, Matt George, says,
"Oh, don't say that.
Tell Allen his influence is spreading."
Wow.
Yeah.
What a day, man.
Yeah.
What a roller
Aren't
coaster.
you guys kind of, I mean, let's be honest, in a lot of ways, like,
who?
You and Matt George.
No. In what way?
Just professionally.
No.
In every other way.
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
All right.
Maybe on the golf course, or when it comes to golf rules or something like that. But and my golf.
He
rules,
went after you today about this whole, no.
Dinner
gate.
Look, I am just the as the, I don't know how to say this, as one of the faces of the station, right? Everybody, they saw me in the morning. I was on the morning show. So I took the heat for the house. House. But I think we all know who was really responsible, and I'm okay with that. Look, I'm the oldest, right? When you're the oldest, my little sister.
The oldest?
That's right. No.
What?
I'm saying in my family.
Oh, okay.
So I have a little sister.
Yeah.
Right? So my mom would be at work, come home. Hey, why didn't y'all do the dishes? Right? Well, Mom, I didn't make any dishes. She said, Alan, it doesn't matter. You're the oldest.
You're the oldest.
That's on you.
Right.
So I go to my sister, stop messing up the dishes. But eventually it turned into, you know what? I don't want to get yelled at all. So even though I didn't make those crusty dishes, I'm going to help you.
Dylan Cardwell today said, that's on me. It's not on the coaches.
Right.
You're like saying, okay, it's fine. I really had nothing to do with it. But it's on me.
Perfect. Me and Dylan Cardwell, 2 peas in a pod. He was your guy. Now I think he's more of my guy.
Maybe
because
so.
We are going to, that's right. We were under attack. You know what I mean? And in Marvel, you got the force field, everything like that. I put up the force field, and I'm waiting. I'm trying to, my energy is starting to wane, but we survived it.
Maybe. I mean, maybe we were under attack, but to me it was like, somebody shooting Nerf darts at you, where, it's like, pff, okay, what is that?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. You know, and you know what? I like it. I like last week, my blood was boiling a little bit. We went back and forth with the texter. When I was getting into it during that crosstalk with Chris Verlade, I had a feeling I hadn't had in a long time. And I love that feeling. I love getting riled up. I love saying things that are borderline. I love that feeling. It's all part of it. It makes you feel alive, Whitey.
Yes, it does.
It makes you feel alive.
Yeah.
So Chris Verlade, if that's the type of time we on, because remember, when we went after it last week, we had all the texters. We said, Spicy Allen is here to stay.
Right.
I did not expect the Tapatio Tuesday. It's hot enough in Vegas, but now it's hot at the Sack Shack as well. So, to end things with the national landscape, reaching out about the hybrid rebuild, I don't know. I'm just overwhelmed right now.
Oh, Matt George says he didn't invite me to dinner either, so I'm mad at him too. Okay.
Are you making that up?
I'm not. Did you see he just texted? Yeah.
Are you making up what he said?
No, I am not. Yeah.
These dinners.
I know
man.
It kind of touched a nerve there. Yeah.
These dinners.
Jay, requesting, if possible, if we can get Brent Barry on the show at some point so that,
Wow. Now, look, if he says he didn't hear it from me, maybe not Jay. I think let's just assume.
He's got Northern California ties.
Let's just assume.
Uh-huh.
It's better to just assume that way, Whitey. We don't need to.
No, we'll nail it down for you. We want to make sure you get your full credit.
Jay, let's make sure he's briefed on what this is about before we just,
send him the Alan Styles information pack.
Yeah, hey, just confirming you heard that on the station, right? Or on a X, or you heard it from the station's X Twitter page, whatever it is. Just confirm. We don't do all that, Jay. You've worked so hard, Jay, already. We have so many great guests.
So hard. We'll come back, wrap things up. The day of the Kings, tough defeat to the Nets. Also, our baseball guys have some thoughts on the home run derby they want to share. So we'll do all that when we come back and wrap it up, as I say, on Sactown Sports.
The top young talent is on display at NBA Summer League, and Sactown Sports has boots on the ground. Join Jason Ross, Whitey Gleason, and Alan Styles as they broadcast live from Las Vegas, presented by Power Business Technology. And stay locked into SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports YouTube channel for the latest on every game, every practice, and all things Kings this summer. Power Business Technology, copiers and printers for your office needs.
Your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Sactown Sports 1140.
At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors, locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need, from reliable printers to high-performance copiers. We'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology, family hometown service with big-time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
And we're live from the living room as Doug eyes up the match day spread. He's reaching for the Buffalo wing. Perfect. Hang on, what's this? Oh, he's gone for a can of Pepsi too. Incredible. What a finish. Sensational combination. Look at the delight on his face. There's no doubt about it. It just tastes better. Match days deserve Pepsi. Food deserves Pepsi. Grab a pack of Pepsi Zero Sugar for today's match. It's poetry in motion.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Live from Las Vegas for NBA Summer League, presented by Power Business Technology. Here's Whitey Gleason and Alan Styles.
Yeah, big day here. Unfortunately, the Kings got bounced, but Emmanuel Sharp played well, and Alan Styles so thrilled that apparently it's Brent Barry, according to Matt George, Brent Barry using the term hybrid rebuild during the telecast, and Alan, of course, has said that he came up with that.
Well, I never, hold on.
That's his term.
No, hold on now.
Okay.
I don't know that I ever said I came up with it.
I thought you said it was your term.
Yeah, my term.
What does my term mean if it's not a term you made up?
It means that
you use it a lot.
Yeah, and people associate it with me.
Okay, so you don't want to know any more about the origin of the term?
Well, you already looked it up and tried to pop my bubble.
I just looked it up. I wanted to see, for all I knew, to have your picture there.
Just say it, Whitey.
All right. The phrase was explicitly coined by New York Liberty general manager Jonathan Kolb in December of 2020. He used it to describe a strategy to remain competitive while bringing in future draft assets and developing young talent simultaneously. Apparently, it's a term. Hybrid rebuild comes from the front office sports management, especially popularized in the WNBA and the NHL.
Well, I brought it to the NBA.
Yeah.
I'm the originator of bringing it to the NBA. And if anybody, was asked that question, nobody would say that. Nobody would say him. I don't know that they say me, but they wouldn't say him. I feel better about it. I thought it was going to be.
The thing is, when we get Brent Barry on, I feel like, well, I better know what is actually going on with this.
No. You're a smart man. You're a legend. You've been doing it. But I do think that this makes me feel much better that I popularized it in the NBA space. I feel great.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know, that gentleman came up with it.
Jonathan Kolb. It's funny because
Get
I'm
him
not
on.
making it up. It says he explicitly. The term was explicitly coined.
Yeah. Okay. No,
him.
I heard you the first time. You don't got to keep saying explicitly.
In hockey, executives, most notably with the Vancouver Canucks and Sacramento Kings in the NBA, adopted variations of the term like hybrid retool to describe stepping back.
It says the Kings on there?
It does, right there, see?
So that's from
Vancouver Canucks and Sacramento Kings in the NBA.
Okay, so that's from me.
Variations of the term like hybrid retool.
So that's from me. That's from me. The Kings, wow. This is a great day.
Yes.
Because I thought you were going to come down and, oh, man, no, somebody in the NBA said it. It's been said all these years.
Alan, I just looked
Okay,
up
but Whitey, no.
from.
But hold on now.
Yeah.
I've been saying it for how long? Nobody said, hey, Alan, what was the gentleman's name?
Jonathan Kolb.
Hey, Alan, it was Jonathan Kolb from the Liberty, you bum. And they would have said it if that was true. And nobody said it.
All right. Well,
Nobody
let me be the first then.
No, it's too late. It's too late. I'm already feeling too good. Just a roller coaster of a day. Medusa. Okay, shout out Six Flags. That's in Vallejo. I don't know if you're familiar.
A little bit. Thanks. Yeah. A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just saying. I've been out there before. They know me out there.
In Vallejo?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Yes, they do.
V-Town?
So it's been quite the ride, and you're not going to bring me down, Whitey.
I'm not trying to. Okay, good. I don't want to.
No, well, you can't.
Okay.
And I know you don't want to.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you don't want to.
Kings got hammered today. I guess you don't care about that. I'm happy they lost. That's great.
That's a secondary story.
Oh, okay.
I've already forgot about that game. That game is in the trash.
Flush it, right?
Oh, yeah.
What was the worst defeat of your baseball career?
I don't know if we got smacked like that. It was just a lot more losses than you would have liked. But I don't know about a really bad game. But those games, you're just, teeing off. It's just, all right, let's just try to leave here with something.
I know I said we were going to talk about baseball and the home run derby, and I think we probably will save that for tomorrow. I know Jay had some things he wanted to share on that, and I don't know if we have time to really get into that as much as we want to. But I didn't play anywhere close to the level of baseball you guys played, but I do remember from Little League, our team, Higgins Shoes, we had won our first 4 games or whatever, and then Trailer City, I think it was, Alan, they just boat raced us, 11-1 or something. And my dad says, when you lose your first game or you're going to lose, sometimes it's better to lose that way, rather than lose that close game. And I remember I didn't say anything to him. I was like, thanks, Dad. I thought, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard in my whole life.
Yeah.
But as I got older, I realized there is a grace sometimes of we never had a shot.
Right. There was just a different level.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of how you talk about the Little League, the Tournament of Champions. I think so. You win your league, right? And then there are 2 versions. There's Tournament of Champions, where you win your league. You're the Red Sox, and then you go play the other winners from the other Little Leagues, and then you get smacked. Yeah. That's not the one though. It's when your all-star team goes and plays the other all-star teams, because you're thinking, oh, we got homeboy from the mini Dodgers and the mini A's.
Right.
Oh, we're cooking. And then you get there, he's like, oh, we ain't cooking like that.
Yeah, you're 9 years old and you're playing against teams of guys that have mustaches.
Yeah. There was a kid, I'll never forget his name because it was a great name. And he kind of, in high school, just leveled off, right? Plateaued a little bit. Whitey, this kid, his name, Shane Spalding.
Wow.
And whenever it was time, hey, who do we have this weekend? Shane Spalding.
You know, there were rumors that he was on the Flintstones chewable steroids.
He might be able to pitch for the Giants right now. I'm gonna call up Shane. You still throwing? Get on out there. But yeah, I think the Kings, they got hit. They got to lick their wounds. They got to go to Carmine's or wherever, get them some of that rigatoni and figure it out, because it was a rough one. And shout out to everybody that watched. You know, you're at work, you're sneaking, trying to watch. Shout out to everybody that listened, because I know it was tough, because they didn't even make a game out of it.
No, just boat race. 2 games in a row now, getting off to those bad starts. And yeah, against the Wizards, they came back, made it a game late. Today, they had no chance of doing that. So, a mildly concerning trend for the Kings, but Dylan Cardwell after the game talked about how we can't do that. We can't get punked like that. So I'm interested to see what we see from the Kings against the Boston Celtics tomorrow.
In a situation like that, do you think they let Dylan, he might have asked, but do you think Dylan spoke at all?
That's a great question. Yeah. Did you ask if he spoke at all?
Yeah, to the team.
I don't know. We'll find out. I do hope that he plays tomorrow, because if you want somebody to help you set the tone early on, like, we don't play that way. He's definitely, guys, I said earlier, he's the guy I want on the floor for that. Him and Sharp. And, Allen is not excited about the fact that Acuff had a nice game today.
No, stop that. Look, we got bigger fish to fry here, because Keith, the Chief, is back in the chat. And he's got some things to say, Whitey. He says, I watch every day. I'm just not in the chat very much, with a couple laughing emojis. And then he says, no, they didn't mention, this is the text of the day.
Okay.
No, they didn't mention Allen, but the way he said it felt like the spirit of Allen took control of his brain. He said it with an Allen tone. Keith the Chief is my favorite listener, viewer. Keith, you're the man.
Yeah.
You're the man.
That's great. We appreciate that, Keith. But I got to say, if you're a listener and for any reason you want to get on Allen's good side, I think you know who's bread to butter there. Allen is my favorite. I love when he does this. And then you too can be Allen's favorite listener.
No, Keith, viewer, we're going to start this. Viewer or listener of the day, and the inaugural listener, viewer of the day goes to Keith the Chief. You know what? And we appreciate it, because when we ran into those. And obviously our personal accounts at @the_Styles with an I, and you can find Whitey. I don't know if you know yours off the top of your head.
What, at Whitey Gleason?
At Whitey Gleason, that's the one.
I think that's it.
And then, of course, Sactown Sports. We got everything you need to make you feel you can live vicariously through us when it comes to
Congratulations
Summer
on your
League.
big day, Al.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to go celebrate. You know what it is? I know there's somebody's making a cider joke out there.
Ross, Matt and Kayla, and the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on demand and at your fingertips. Get your fix of the Sacramento Kings, 49ers, Giants, Athletics, NFL, NBA, and the latest in sports and entertainment all in one place at Sactown Sports 1140 on YouTube. Your local sports leader, Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he